streaming is going to start now. I'd like to welcome everybody to the extraordinary infrastructure meeting, 22nd of March, 22. Before we take in the first submitter, I just want to remind all members that can we keep the questions to the subject matter that the submitter talks about. That's according to section 15.3 of standing orders. So if we can keep to the questions about what the submitter has written or what they've spoken, that'd be great. Thanks. Right, we're ready for the first submitter, if we have one.
Apologies for this. The first submitter is going to be Jonathan Batham Thompson from the NZ Heavy Haulage Industry. And the first time is actually going to be 8:30. That's what I communicated yesterday to the governance team. So apologies, it will be a bit of time. So yeah, 8:30 for the first person to be heard.
Okay, thanks.
I can try.
No, it's all good.
Yeah,
Thanks. Okay. Right, we'll just, I don't think we need to adjourn the meeting, but we'll wait.
Want to stop the live stream?
Yeah, we might stop the live stream, if that's okay. Thank you.
We stop the live stream, please.
Yeah, we will. Okay. Just on 9:30. Just about. Right. Going to reconvene the meeting, and Neil, just when you're ready for the first submitter, we're ready to go. Welcome, Jonathan.
Good morning.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello.
Right, the floor is yours, literally.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. So listen, my name is Jonathan Barner-Thompson. I'm Chief Executive of the Heavy Haulage Association, based here in Wellington. I'm just working from the Home Office today, as you can probably tell. Okay, so thank you for the opportunity to firstly submit some comments in writing, but then also to discuss a few items that in particular I'd like to highlight from our perspective. So just so you know who we are, so we're a small association, but of transport operators that specialise in oversized freight. So this is freight that's larger than high productivity and is more focused around basically any truck that you see going down the road with oversize on the front. So if you think house movers, excavators, diggers, large forestry equipment, and even in your area, I understand there's more talk about wind farms. So wind farm components all get shifted by members of my association. Some of them are resident in your area, other ones come through and work within the boundary of your city limits. So that's where we are coming from. So the consultation highlighted a number of different issues, and I just want to reinforce and perhaps talk on a few of these points. So just looking at the speed limit principles. So in our view, you've got quite a large range of different potential speed limits that you've identified as being useful in the area. And so from our perspective, we think simple is better. So it's in my experience, in my sector, when we transport large loads down the road, safety is of key importance to us. So I do need to say that is one of the prime things that we're interested in. And so what I have found is that when you put controls, conditions and that sort of thing on the transport of a large load, the simpler the rules, the easier to understand, the easier to gain compliance from road operators, in my case members, but in the case of speed limits from those people using the roads. So it seems like there's quite a lot of different speed limits that could potentially be used. And we're really just, I know that you've done a lot of work on this, Council's done a lot of work on this to come up with the hierarchy that you have, but we think that the 30, 50, 70, 90 hierarchy is perhaps another way to look at it, starting with the 90 km/h ones for those which are suitable for those types of roads. That's the normal maximum limit for heavy trucks, so that makes a good sense to utilise that speed limit. In many areas around the country, we've seen 30 km/h for central speed limits, so CBD type situations. And so we think that one could be useful. Looking at your plans, a lot of the residential areas are retaining at 50. And so you've got a large proportion of speed limits at 50. So really, so to us, you know, the intermediate one could be the 70 km/h. So that's why we've suggested the 30, 50, 70, 90. People are used to the 50 in the residential areas. The 90 suits the heavy traffic. The 30 in the CBD is a good safe speed limit. So there's just something just for you guys to think about. And so the other side to all these different potential speed limits is all the signage that can be involved in signing these different roads. So as you're going down an arterial route, then if you go off to a side road, then that could potentially be a different speed limit, and that could lead to a proliferation of speed limits. And in fact, if a road user happens to miss that, then do they actually know or remember or recall what speed limit they went past? And from an over-dimension load perspective, we often transport loads that are full width of the road and wider. And so we'd be concerned about the large number of signs that could potentially be on the sides of the roads, which could provide a restriction for over-dimension loads. Yes, it's possible to put them all in sockets and that sort of thing, but it still leads to a lot of signage that needs to be removed and replaced every time you go road. So just keeping an eye on time. So the other area that I really like to highlight is the sealed and unsealed rural roads. So there's quite a network of heavy roads that are used by heavy vehicles, and in particular in oversized loads. And in my submission, I had a link to some maps that NZTA produced a number of years ago. Not 100% up to date, but still they provide a good, useful guide to those routes around the CBD and in the rural areas that provide for oversized loads that, if you like, steer those types of loads, the heavy loads, away from the residential and the CBD area. And to us, it would incentivise transport operators to use those routes if they either were at the current speed, perhaps 90. So yeah, I mean, you'd have to look at a bit more fine-grained approach to individual roads, but really we'd like to see that type of regime sort of applied to those roads. So, and I've got a list of them there, and with some additional ones that aren't on the maps. So I think I may have had my 5 minutes, so I don't want to overrun on this, but if you've, I'm happy to talk a little bit more about our submission if you'd like me to, but apart from that, I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thanks, Jonathan. Right, we're going to open up for questions from councillors. Do we have any questions for Jonathan? Doesn't seem to be any questions, Jonathan. If you did have a couple more things to say, you're most welcome.
Okay, all right. Listen, the school zone. So listen, we absolutely support the use of those school zone, I guess, restricted speed areas for where there are, before and after school and that sort of thing. And I note that you've got a hierarchy that's got the urban ones and the rural ones differentiated. So we'd just like to encourage the council to use not like a one-size-fits-all sort of approach. So if it's in the rural area, then does it always have to be there? Need to have a look at those individual school areas to see whether there is actually a lot of traffic or people actually entering onto and exiting on the roads for each individual school area. And yes, so you've got the issue identified there of the 30 versus 20 when you're going past a school bus. So it would be good to see that resolved. I understand that that's probably a larger issue for the NZTA, perhaps, who set the rules around this, but I guess it does make it potentially more difficult to comply with if you've got differing speed limits, which are similar within the same area.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Thanks very much, Jonathan.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the time.
Right, okay. Look, before we move to the next submitter, just a bit of the agenda I've skipped over, and that is apologies. So I am actually going to move that the apologies of Councillor Abbott, Councillor Kett, Panya Coote, and lateness for Councillor Crackett. I'll move those. Anyone second those? That. Thank you, Councillor Soper. I'll put that. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Sorry about that. Right, we move to the next submitter, which is Paul Hurley. Oh, Paul, would you like to come up and sit at the table here? Yes, you can remove your mask to speak.
Oh, good morning, everyone.
Do you want to sit down?
Yep.
And use the microphone? Just bring the microphone close up to you. Just pull it
working
close.
all right?
Just thanks, Nigel. There we go.
Okay. Well, good morning.
Yep.
I'd like to support the whole idea of road to zero, reducing the speed limits as in the document over time to 40 on most roads in town, and 30 in the areas that are actually highlighted, that's in Windsor and going through South City. But also we do have various crossings for pedestrians, in particular along the Otapuni Garden Walkway. Now, when you look at the Otapuni Garden Walkway, it actually is intersected by a number of streets, and I think it's appropriate in those cases to have a lower speed limit. Now, the whole thing about a lower speed limit is that it's safer. We all know that from statistics. It's also something that we have to think of the future with electric vehicles coming on stream very quickly now. It's quite dangerous for people who are crossing the road because they're quiet. So a car coming along at 50 that you can't hear is a whole lot more dangerous than a vehicle coming at you silently at 40. And you think of the driver, he's going to be able to stop at 40, but at 50, well, we might have quite a few more accidents. I would like to do a physical demonstration. This is 50k, 40k.
I take it the one on the left is, the one on your right is intact?
Not completely intact,
No.
but this one is a real mess.
Right. So mass and velocity. Yes.
Yeah. Words, great, but I think when we see it in reality, this isn't just an egg, it's someone's head. So we have to take it really seriously. Now, the problem is there's going to be a huge pushback from people that love their cars, and I think we should be ready for that and start perhaps suggesting to the government that we start a campaign of being calm and cheerful is better than being the big hero with the big powerful car, and to possibly introduce legislation reducing the power of cars. I mean, what's the use of a car capable of going 180, 200 when the maximum speed limit's only 100 at the moment? Seems bizarre. It's almost like the gun debate, isn't it? That we've got these big powerful cars, it's all part of a big ego trip, and so perhaps the council could lead the charge on that and suggest that we do start just toning it down a little bit, and over time we can tone it right down, because a car should be just for transport, not some big ego trip with lots of power under the bonnet and all that kind of nonsense.
Okay, are you finished now for your submission? Okay, thank you, Paul. I'm going to open up now. Councillor Ludlow first.
Morning, Paul. Thanks for your submission. Understand what you're saying about the Otapuni Garden Walkway, but do you think the number of people that are making use of it are sufficient to say that we need to bring in a 30-kilometre speed limit for one block right along the length of it?
This is a short or long answer, because you could say no at the moment, but if you did introduce a lower speed limit and signs and encouragement, then more people would actually use that.
Thank you.
Councillor Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley. I noticed that you had put in your submission about encouraging community ride sharing. So did you have anything you wanted to add to that particular point about community ride sharing or more use of public transport?
Yeah. When you come to community ride sharing, we're not talking about taxis and Uber and stuff like that. This is a matter of reaching out to your neighbour and saying, oh, why don't we ride together to work, or your workmates and stuff like that. And what council could do is offer free parking for cars that arrive at the parking building with a passenger on board.
Thank you.
Further questions? Well, thank you, Paul, that's Councillor Skelt. Do you want to report on the eggs?
I just want to get the omelette at the end of the afternoon. It's worth you all having a close look at the 2 eggs, to be honest.
Right. No, it's a good.
I must say
Demonstration.
the demo wasn't as impressive as at home. At home, it was like the 51 was really leaking yellow out, and the other one, I don't know, they liked it this time.
Okay. Would you like those eggs disposed of here?
I'm going to make an omelette with them. Stop it.
Oh well, I came on my bike, so yeah, it's a bit awkward taking.
Okay. I just wonder if
I could. Well,
Russell is our egg disposal expert.
We could have a parade of the eggs around the table, of course.
you could. I think you need to.
Worth having a look at, actually.
Josh has it going through there.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
No mirrors or
Yep.
board eggs used in the demonstration. I appreciate that.
Good work, sir.
Realising the sacrifice.
So, Paul, if you'd like to follow Mr. Pearson, he'll take you through that way. Okay. The next submitter is Desmond. Welcome to the meeting.
I can take this off the floor.
Yep, you can take that off to talk.
They're awful things, aren't they? Do I stand or do I sit?
Have a seat.
Oh,
Have a seat, and that's the microphone in front of you.
oh, good to go.
Yep.
Right.
Away you go.
It's been a while since I filled out my submission. I sort of forgot what I said in it, really. But anyway, it's about the speed limit thing. I don't see the point in changing anything. I think it's more not the council's job to educate people how to drive. Like, the speeds, like I live out in Notatara, so, I'm going the back way and all that sort of stuff, and they've dropped the speed limit on there, and that's, average. But, before that, there's no big accidents, nothing really major that's caused by speed. Most of the accidents, if you Google the 4 major reasons for accidents, speed might be one of them, but it's not the road speed, it's speeding drivers. If you drop the limits on speed, it's not going to stop these speeding drivers. They're going to go fast no matter what the limits are. So to me, it's a worthless exercise. The limits are there, and they seem to be working for the majority of the people. If you drop them down, like you're talking about 10 k's in town and all that sort of stuff, the speed is regulated by the amount of traffic on the road. Like, you go through town at rush hour, you're probably going to do 10 k's anyway, just because that's what the traffic's doing. If you go through there at 2 o'clock in the morning where there's nobody there, you can probably sit on 40, 50 k's quite safely because there's nobody there. And so to make a big song and dance about changing the limits is wasting everybody's time and your money. It must cost a fortune to change all the signs and all that sort of stuff. That's basically all I wanted to say.
Okay, right. Now we're gonna we can have questions now.
Oh, awesome.
Okay. Do we have questions? Well, you've got off real easy there. Oh, no. Here we go, Councillor Lewis.
Easy to understand submission.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just through the chair ask, do you think there should be more law enforcement checks on the speeding limits? The reason I asked that, I was going down Bay Road yesterday at the new restricted speed, and person was coming up behind me, probably doing about 100, 120.
Wasn't me, was it? No, just kidding.
And went screamed down the end, ended up having to put brakes up when they came up to the main road, or into that restricted zone. Another person was basically tailgating me all the way.
Yeah. Like,
I think there should be more.
I get the same thing. Like, even before the speed limit was introduced, like the Otatara Straight or the Airport Straight, like I hardly ever sit on 100k, but I get people screaming past me for the sake of 100 meters. Like quite often you see the speed camera thing there and all that, but that doesn't actually deter anybody because by the time they get the ticket, it's too late. But yeah, like more police, like it's police time. Like I know that you guys don't control the police or anything like that. You might be able to recommend you know, there's a lot of speeding drivers here. Can we put somebody there and all that sort of stuff? But they're in the same boat as everybody else. They're limited by budget and manpower. But I totally agree. That's the way to, you know, that's the way to stop it. You know, stop speeding, ticket here.
It's not only the speed issue, perhaps, I think you may agree, it's the narrowness of the road. It doesn't take very much to err off into the grass verge and then
Yeah.
major accident.
But once again, that comes down to education.
Yep.
Like, maybe it's too easy to get a driver's license.
Thanks, Desmond.
Yeah, you know, like when I was younger, you know, sure, the cars were a bit slower and all that sort of stuff, but there's so many people I know on their practical or learners after 15 years sort of thing. We need, you know, like the education's not there, because that's where we go wrong, is like people speed because they think they can. They don't know any better. Like, I don't know how you do it, but
yeah.
I don't know if that's the council's job or it's a government's job or
You
what.
know, it's not our job.
Yeah, I
but,
didn't
but
think
you
it
raise a
was.
valid
Yeah.
point. Are there further questions? Councillor Soper.
Thank you. I was interested in your submission, and you may have forgotten because you didn't mention it.
Was I ranting?
At putting speed bumps outside schools.
Yes, like I don't mean the little short, you know, bump, 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 but I'm sure in Christchurch before the earthquakes and all that, in a lot of schools, they had quite wide speed bumps like a path, you know, and you still had to go up, over and down, and that just slowed cars down outside schools. And we didn't have to change the speed limit or anything. Like, I know there's school zones and all that sort of stuff, but like, just to reiterate about the Otatara one, you go down that 70k street straight in Otatara and there's a school there, and you know, they have crossings and all that and the speed restriction sign and all that, but like, it doesn't take much to get into Daydream and you buzz past and you think, oh, there's a school. If you had like a low speed bump, you know, bump bump, oh, there's a speed bump, slow down. You know, like 150 meters before a school, 150 you know, either side, bump bump, slow down. And that just takes it away from everybody, like, as a good reminder.
Thank you.
Is that sort of what you were thinking?
Thank you.
No, that's a valid point. Further questions? No. Okay, well, thank you, Desmond.
No, shot, guys. Beauty.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Thank
you.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
The next one is on Zoom.
Different order again.
Well, Jules, you there, Jules? Hello?
Seems to be frozen.
Connecting to audio. You there, Jules?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Look, we're just a bit ahead of our schedule, so you're most welcome to start if you're ready.
That's all good. Has council got out the graphic? Just wondering. It kind of looks like this.
Yes, we have got that.
Perfect.
Very colourful.
Okay. We good to go?
Yes, we're good to go.
Thank you very much. So, kia ora koutou, your worship and councillors. Ko Jules o Takuingua. I am a health promoter at the Public Health Unit of the DHB, and today I'm accompanied by Dennis Burton, Professional Lead Public Health, and we appreciate the opportunity to speak to this oral hearing. The proposed ICC speed limit principles support the national strategy to address road speed, Whakakotahi NZTA Road to Zero road safety strategy. Public Health South therefore supports all ICC speed reducing principles outlined in the consultation. So what does this mean in relation to the Invercargill District Speed Review and Roading and Traffic Bylaw consultation? Our submission supports the ICC speed limit principles to lower speeds on both urban and rural roads, outside schools, during school drop-off and pick-up times, and in suburban shopping centres in the city centre. In addition, we recommend the speed limit change within that 1 to 3 year time frame to allow for a concurrent public health education program or public education program alongside these speed limit changes. This could be, for example, conversations with commuters in the local community to engage them in understanding the importance of reducing speed around schools where their children learn. We also recommend traffic slowing road modifications are implemented in the lower speed areas so that they naturally make drivers inclined to slow. Whether this be changes to the streetscape, such as narrowing or tree lining, or appropriate infrastructure so that it is safer for tamariki to cycle or walk to school. We recommend prominent school warning signage, such as electronic speed limit signage by school, as studies have found these to be effective. We commend the work of our rural schools, such as Myros Bush School community, for their proactive measure in having such electronic speed signs installed at their rural school. Traffic slowing modifications and prominent warning signage in both urban and rural environments encourage drivers to make decisions to reduce speed and therefore drive to the conditions.
There is a wider opportunity here. Our urban and city centre environments have focused on cars during our lifetimes. These speed limit principles could help reclaim the streets for people. We recommend the human-centred framework of Lucy Saunders' Healthy Streets Indicators as a public health lens in looking at the built environment in relation to the speed review and also to urban planning. And on the infographic, the wheel, it is the 10 principles of Lucy's indicators. Originally, Healthy Streets was developed in London, but is now being used by Greater Auckland because it has a series of very specific guidelines that are used to help improve street design outcomes across 10 key indicators, and they're on the infographic. Every decision we make about our built environment, however small, is an opportunity to deliver better places for people to live and thereby improve their health and safety. Creating a healthy street will make it safer and protect populations who use active transport that can be at particular risk on our roads. Cyclists, pedestrians, wheelchair users, pushchair users, scooter users, and people with different abilities. If we think of children, a city designed for 8-year-olds, those who are learning to be independent but still don't have good risk knowledge and strategies, to 80-year-olds where they might have hearing, visual or mobility issues. This would be a streetscape and city designed for all. Shade and shelter, places to sit and rest, and things can see and do, can create an environment for people to connect, relax and enjoy, and it encourages people to choose to walk and cycle. Additional benefits are environmental gains, clean air and not too noisy, and this helps to reduce pressure on other parts of the transport system. Public Health South encourages active transport because more physical activity creates a multitude of enormous health benefits, and this has been shown during COVID-19. Health begins where we live, work, learn and play, and the Invercargill City Council, like other councils, has an important role to play in shaping our community to improve the well-being of our residents and visitors to the Invercargill district. This offers a wider benefit to the community from the proposed investment in improving road safety. Public Health South is the principal source of expert advice within the Southern District Health Board regarding public health and wellbeing matters. We are eager to work in partnership to develop strategies and policies that will improve the health and well-being of all people in Invercargill District. Thank you for your time, and we welcome any questions which you might have.
Okay, thanks, Janice. Right, we have about approximately 3.5 minutes for questions. Do we have questions? No, Janice and Jules, that seems you've seemed to have not dragged out any questions, so thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you.
Right, now that takes us to the next one, and we have Healthy Families in the Waihopai Runaka. And who is speaking today? All of us. You're most welcome to come up to that table there with the two, no, this one right in front of you, yeah. 2 chairs, and we might, Nigel. And whoever is speaking, can you just drag the microphone close to you? And if you can just introduce your name first. Thanks.
Kia ora koutou whānau, ko Cyril Gilroy ahau, Waihopai Runaka Chairperson. Kia ora.
Welcome, Cyril. And
tēnā rā koutou katoa, he te whānau, tuatai, tēnei te mihi ki a koe, te tiamana o tēnei tipu o ka kai kauni hire I tai mai nei I tēnei rā. Tēnei te mihi ki a koe I te koro matua, Your Worship, me ka kai kauni hira hoki he ka councillors, me te pau kōrero o te mana whenua, nei rā te mihi kau atu ki a koutou katoa I ruku I te āhua nei o tēnei rātu, me I ruku I te mana o Healthy Families Invercargill, me ko Waihopai Runaka hoki. Good morning everyone, my name is Joe Wakefield, I'm the Deputy Chair for Waihopai Runaka.
okay.
And tēnā koutou katoa, ko Stella O'Connor, tōku ingoa, from Healthy Families Invercargill.
Right, who would like to go first?
I'd like to start. So the Waihopai Runaka and Healthy Families Invercargill support and lead communities to have healthier and positive community outcomes with the focus of wellbeing of whānau and the places they spend their time. The Waihopai Runaka and Healthy Families Invercargill support the Council creating speed limit principles to guide its decisions in the future, making roads safer in the city and in rural areas so that those using active transport, people, walkers, cyclists, scooters and in cars can move around and interact and connect safely and easily. The Healthy Families Invercargill Active Transport Innovator has spent some time understanding the needs and challenges relating to accessing the Murihiku Marae on Tramway Road, both now and when the redevelopment is completed, with the intention of it being a cultural hub for Waihopai Invercargill. So today we are asking for 2 requests related to the submission. And the first one is to move the 70k sign so that the change of speed is beyond the entrance. And the second request is for a pathway to be implemented that goes directly to the main entrance of the marae. In the past, we've had some discussion with Council Roading Team about considering moving the speed limit around the main entrance of the Murihiku Marae, so this consultation is quite timely. Currently, the entrance to the marae is in a 70k zone with a change of speed from 50k to 70k several metres before the marae main entrance, and there is no footpath going up to the marae, and this is concerning for a number of reasons. Cars are accelerating with the speed change coming from West Tramway Road past the entrance to the marae. If you can imagine this, you're driving down Tramway Road and you see a 70k sign before you. What's the first thing you do? You start to accelerate. And that is happening right at the entrance of the marae. There is no shared path for active transport, walkers, scooters, cyclists, mobility scooters, mums with prams into the main entrance which again creates an equitable, unsafe access and doesn't align with tikana for entering a marae. There's already now a number of Kumatua on scooters who can only come via a sealed road. And there are significant numbers of school groups in Rangatahi that visit, often by active transport. So that's not by car, by walking or by bike. The placement of the current 70k sign means that bus transport companies are charging schools and community groups for an extra zone price, which is a financial barrier to accessing their city's cultural hub. So that means they are charging for a 50k zone, and then for I think it's 80 metres with a 70k zone, they charge an extra zone as well. Future-proofing the marae redevelopment, there's obviously going to be an expectation of a higher usage once it becomes cultural hub, and development of we're looking to perhaps developing a cultural connecting trail from the CBD to the new marae. So there's been hikois in the past going to the marae, and there's areas where you can't actually walk into the main entrance because there's no footpath. And we all know there's also a new housing development, Te Puawai, which means there will be more traffic in the area.
Sorry. Got a whānau. Just want to say too that in the past the marae's been there since '83, and really nothing has been done outside that marae or anything. And it's had a hell of a lot of people going through that place, and it's been a feature for Mirihiku, for Waihopai. And with the new one coming up and the new build and all that, is going to be a lot more busier a place, and it's going to be significant to Waihopai as a landmark here on this town. So these things are really, really needed, as you all know. No one wants to walk up there on the side of the road by the ditch. They want to have a path. They want to be able to push a pram. They want to do all these things safely. Kia ora.
I guess for me, it's about future-proofing. It's about ensuring that people using Tramway Road coming up to the marae, but also with the future subdivision being built beside the marae, it's actually about providing a safe, safety for all people, all users. With the marae itself and Waihopai Runaka, I guess our visions going forward is we're wanting to develop the marae further in terms of being a hub for our community. So that includes people of all ages. So at the moment we do have kaumātua who are on scooters and having to use the road in terms of accessing the marae for activities, even though at the moment our marae is closed because of redevelopment. But we have been concerned about their safety in the past. Having a footpath available will allow access for schools, but for other people to actually access our marae without having to use a car all the time. Okay, so for me, it's about future-proofing. It's about ensuring all our whānau, our community's safety going forward. I've seen cars drive down there and are doing more than 70 kilometres per hour. And I guess with increase in traffic coming out of the marae in the future once we reopen, but also with Te Puawai next door, the subdivision, with contractors, but then once people move into that subdivision and build, start living there, there is going to be an increase in traffic, both on the road, but also foot traffic, cyclists, walkers, etc. So kia ora, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Okay, now we've got roughly 3 minutes for questions. Councillor Ludlow.
Thanks, Chair. Morena, thank you for the submission. Cyril, kia ora, can I ask if you can estimate over the past 40 years the increase in the number of people that have been going to the marae?
Oh, tenfold. But like if you just imagine, just say for instance, the tangi, it takes up a whole lot of people, big tangi. And you have a whole lot of government official things every hui. So I'd say it's increased since the time I've been there. I was there in 1990, yeah. And it's really increased from there to now by tenfold, you know, like the people that are coming up there and using that area.
So not just the volumes, but also the frequency of the use of the marae?
Yes, and as the frequency has been, well, in the last 2 years has gone down, but up to now, yeah, it's been really big.
Thanks. Stella, just on the speed limit that you talked about, and you talked about the bus price zones, even if it was peeled back to 60 kilometres, does that make a difference?
It's still a change in zone. Yeah. So we're asking for the sign to be moved so they don't have to have that financial barrier of 2 zones.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Can I just say one last thing?
Yes, you've still got time. Yes.
Cool. I just want to say we all came into the Invercargill City Council building today through the main entrance and past the city's treasures, taonga, and it really evokes an emotion. It's a wonderful first impression, and I don't think you would ask community dignitaries or visitors to walk in the back door, which is essentially what we're asking people to do to the Mirahiku Marae. We would like to see the same protocols, procedures, tikana, to be observed for the Mirahiku Marae.
In other words, the main entrance to the marae needs to be as you come into this building, the same way. With mana. Integrity.
And I guess also too, just going back to the question earlier before, you know, in the future, we're actually at the moment engaging with Horanga Tamariki and looking at potentially hosting a community home on our marae site. We're also looking at a wider community hub and talking to other government departments and possibly having them be based up on our marae as well. So there's a wider vision here that we're looking at as well. So it's going to, in terms of people, volumes coming up to the marae in the future, it's going to increase compared to what it has been in the past. Kia ora.
There might even be a council meeting up there one day.
Yeah.
Love that.
First time.
Yeah, and Darren, you talked about the change of zone, which may not be a council thing. It could be an NZTA thing. I'm not sure about that. But is it up to the Waihopo Runaka to make that contact with NZTA, or can we see council make
I think we can raise that separately, but not at this submission. Thank you. It has been noted. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Stella, Cyril, and Joe.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Ka kite anō.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
The next submitter is scheduled at 20 past. So. Welcome, Alex. Welcome, John.
How are we?
Good.
Can I take that off?
Yes, you can take that off. And just pull a microphone up. You got the microphone in front of you just there?
That one there.
Yep, perfect.
I'm not used to this sort of thing. I'm a bit deaf, so you have to yell at me as well. Waiting for new hearing aids. My turn to go, is it?
Yep, you may start.
I don't know if you've seen what I've written, but it might be a bit radical, but my idea, one of the big things was about the speed around schools. It's been proposed that it be 30 kilometres an hour, and my mantra is that we have 20 kilometres an hour around a school bus that's parked on the side of the road, with something like only 1 or 2 or 3 maybe kids getting on it. Whereas we have at a school 300 or 400 kids sometimes milling around, even when the school buses are parked there. And we have at the moment 50 kilometres an hour speed limit past it. But we're talking, you know, the review is talking of 30 kilometres an hour. I feel that the whole thing should be that we look at something, be radical. The whole country should go to a simple thing of 20 kilometres an hour around wherever there are school children, like mingled in that way, like the schools, as in the same as the school bus parked on the side of the road. We're going to have it 20 kilometres an hour because it's a danger for one child getting on or off a bus. It's going to be, well, we've got 300 outside of school. We've got the same issue, in fact, worse. That's my feeling. Right. We only have to have it at that speed, at that timings of sort of 8:30 to 9:15. Then again, 2:45 to 3:30 when we've got that major usage around those schools. Although we still have the same thing wherever a school bus is parked anywhere around the community at 20 kilometres an hour. I think, you know, that we, our city, could take a lead, not just be us, we, Invercargill have this, and then Clutha have something else, Dunedin have something else, that we've got time on our hands. Let's start something that we can go, let's get this nationwide, so that we have got a simple thing, and it will be in everyone's mind. 20 kilometres an hour, becomes the norm. I also, and I put in there, I think it was, relating to roundabouts. Of course, I have issues with lots of people come on to roundabouts. You've got one guy doing 50 kilometres an hour, another guy doing 60 kilometres an hour, various wherever they are, some people doing 10 kilometres an hour. Again, I go back to my thing of thinking, what's the safe speed around things? Why don't we can't, well, there's no reason why we can't, have everything come onto a roundabout at 20 kilometres an hour. Whilst it's on the roundabout, that's the speed. From something like, say, 50 metres before a roundabout, it's down to that speed. 20 or 30 metres around to the exit side of it. All traffic on the roundabout is travelling at the same speed. Makes things nice and simple. Maybe it's a bit out of the thinking of some people, or the sphere of thinking, but again, I get back to my thing of 20 kilometres an hour is actually quite a safe speed. I've done it on a roundabout at 20 kilometres an hour, indicating your intentions, turning right or exiting. If you're doing much more than that, you're juggling with turning the steering wheel, working an indicator. You really are starting to put it outside of the bounds of capability of some people in doing any more than about 20 kilometres an hour. I don't know, I could go on about lots of other things of speeds that that the review has in fact put in the material that we've got. I live at Otara. I drive from the roundabout at Tweed Street, Clyde Street, Tweed Street, Bond Street intersection to Otara. I see daily almost accidents, or near misses, I suppose we'll call them, at the airport avenue turn-off. So again, I've put in my thing, I think I did anyway, that we look to extend, while we've got the chance to be looking at all these things, extend the 50 kilometre an hour speed limit from where it is at the moment, just past the roundabout on Steed Street it has become, to a point just beyond the intersection of Airport Avenue. Also, Airport Avenue being 50 kilometres an hour as well. All traffic coming from Otara will reduce from 100 kilometres an hour to 50 kilometres an hour just before that intersection. All traffic coming from the airport going to the airport is all doing 50 kilometres an hour, all doing the same speed. Makes things nice and easy for merging. There's my thought with it. Otara itself, nice new footpath in on the south side of the road. My travelling since it's been done, I would say that we need to look at 50 kilometres an hour throughout that whole area from where that is out to the Ariki River Bridge as well. That's just looking at some of the things that I have seen, that while we've got doing this consultation, while we're looking at it, it just throws more food for thought, I suppose we'll put it. Yeah.
Okay, no, thank you for that. Look, that leaves us with a couple of minutes for questions. Ms.
Yeah, you have to yell at me.
I don't usually yell unless I'm angry. Kia ora, just a question really. Are you positing the position that any area around the school should be a 20k zone between 8:30 and 3:30 every day?
Yeah, just on the school days. Now, we have
the school days, right?
Yeah, just on the days when the schools operate, and I mean we have these poles with the signage on them. They've got their flashing lights on them to slow everything, to tell everybody they're in the area. So if we just in those areas for those periods of times when you've got the bulk of the kids around. Kids to me, often when they're at that, going into and out of school, their mind's only on that as opposed to the traffic. And I tend to think that it's looking after them as far as that goes. Yeah.
I couldn't agree more. But irrespective of whether there is buses using at that school, you are proposing.
Yeah, regardless of when the bus is there. I'm just saying, my mantra was that if it's kids, regardless, if you take the bus away, or if you have the bus there, 20 kilometres an hour is said to be a safe speed. Even if you take the buses away, 20 kilometres an hour is still probably a safe speed.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. The other thing that I want to clarify that you sort of just added towards the end is that is it your position that the density of population in the Otatara area that you've described is now such that it would be more sensible for it to be a 50k zone rather than as it is now?
I think so. There's more people out there at Otatara. I just look at it and see that the amount of also people that are up and down the cycle track, the walking track. To me, it's just I think it says in here something about going to 60 kilometres an hour. The area is getting more and more people in it, and I think 50 is probably a reasonably appropriate or a more appropriate speed.
In a more mixed use, is that what I understand? It's a more mixed use area now, more walkers and bikers because of the footpath and all that sort of thing. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Right, we've used our time up now. Yep. So thank you very much, John.
Not a worry. Thank you. Oh, better put that back on.
Welcome, Jeffrey. You may take your mask off to speak. And there's a microphone just in front of you. If you just pull that. Yeah, That's the, yep, if you can just bring that close to you.
Like this?
Yep, that's fantastic.
Yep. So I'm on.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Jeffrey. You may start.
Thank you. My submission does not support the proposal to impose a 40k speed limit on most urban roads, and I'll just run briefly through my submission to give some of my reasons. I think it's unnecessary and will have a very minimal impact on crashes, and simply because most of the crashes that are caused by excessive speed, the drivers don't take any notice of the speed limit. If they had done, they wouldn't have been travelling at excessive speed in the first place. And it's possible that lowering the speed limit will contribute to more crashes because people get frustrated and try and overtake and take risks. It also, reducing the speed limit is likely to inhibit the flow of traffic, and in my view the focus should be on using what's called evidence-based tools. I've discussed this below briefly, to identify appropriate solutions throughout the city. And the evidence-based tools I'm referring to, I've taken from the NZTA website, and sort of they, as you might know, they have a campaign, road safety campaign in process. So Council's review document states that over the past 10 years there's been 116 serious urban crashes resulting in 6 fatalities. 88% of those crashes were not caused by excessive speed. Speed had only been a direct factor in 12% of those crashes. So, and the review document states that even if all road users followed the rules, fatalities and injuries would only reduce by around 50% and 30% respectively. Given these statistics presumably apply to all accidents, not just the 12% caused by excessive speed, reducing the speed limit is unlikely to have any appreciable effect on the number of crashes. I'm just going to go on now. It's reasonable to consider that drivers responsible for crashes caused by excessive speed are unlikely to take any notice of speed limits, irrespective of what they are. The key to reducing the number of crashes due to excessive speed is to identify and prosecute the offending drivers. This can be carried out by various measures, such as the use of road safety cameras in high-risk areas, for example, speed and red light cameras. And I can tell my own experience as a pedestrian around Invercargill, especially around the inner city, is that people running red lights are more dangerous than people speeding, and also people looking at the jolly cell phone and not looking at the road. So it should also be noted that road safety enforcement is largely the responsibility of the police, who it is noticed have struggled to deliver results in this area New Zealand wide. And for further information about the police's role in road safety enforcement, in my submission I've put a reference to the Ministry of Transport's 2021 report, Review of Road to Zero Road Safety Investment, which was a report looking into the aspects of that campaign and also the police's role in enforcement. So in other words, the key to identifying and prosecuting drivers who travel at excessive speeds is largely the responsibility of the police, and council should engage with the police to come up with an effective enforcement strategy. It would be more productive to focus on the causes of the 88% of crashes not caused by excessive speed, because the scope for reducing the number of crashes is much greater. And the Review of Road to Zero Road Safety Investment report I've mentioned above focuses on improving the safety of roads by what they call evidence-based tools to identify the best solutions in high-risk areas. So these measures include new roundabouts, medium barriers, side barriers, widened centre lines and so forth. And there may well be times when a reduced speed limit is appropriate in a certain area, but my submission is against the district-wide reduction. And it is considered that council could achieve better results by adopting this broad-based approach because it has the potential to really make a difference. We live in a country where politicians seem to think that change can be effected simply by enacting legislation. Unfortunately, in reality, it doesn't happen that way. For example, amendments to the firearms legislation over the past few years were intended to restrict and remove guns from the hands of criminals. However, as you will have noticed in the media, the incidence of crimes involving firearms has significantly increased rather than reduced. This is because criminals who use firearms have no regard to the law. And I draw an analogy with the firearms legislation and the proposal to introduce a 40k speed limit. It might sound good and look good on paper, but the question is, will it make a difference? In reality, those who travel at excessive speeds won't take any notice of reduced speed limits and nothing will change. The real question is, does council really want to make a difference by identifying the best solutions to reduce the number of crashes, or merely give the impression of doing so? And in summary, I would like to say the biggest impact on road safety will be achieved by focusing on the causes of the 88% of serious crashes that aren't caused by excessive speed. The key is to identify and prosecute the offending drivers, and the police need to be part of the solution. Council can carry out enforcement by using road safety cameras in high-risk areas. And finally, in my view, is the introduction of a 40k speed limit will have little, or if any, impact on the number of serious crashes. Those are my submissions, Mr. Chairman, and I'm quite happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Jeffrey. We have a couple of minutes left now for questions. Councillor Clark, you've been very quiet today.
Not as always. Jeffrey, thanks for your submission. Just a couple of things, I'll just tease out a little bit more with you. You'll have noticed recently in Otara that we dropped the speed limit from 100 down to 70. Put a lot of signs up, but we still end up with 8,500 infringement notices. So are you suggesting that regardless of signage and regardless of changing speed limits, we still get people who want to go a little bit faster?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think there's probably a few other issues, because I know that piece of road, and it was previously 100k and then it's been brought down to 70k, although I do notice that there are numerous 70k signs, so that's hard to explain why people are travelling so quickly. Perhaps 80k would be a better speed limit for that area, but I mean, what you're doing is identifying and penalising the speeding drivers, which is the right way to go. So if they don't learn after getting a few infringement notices, what else can you do?
And the other thing I'd like to tease out is just your idea of how you get to the 88% that you refer to out of the NZTA report that are
the 88 in the council's review document. It said 12% of crashes were due to other factors, factors other than speed.
Yep. So what would your position be on how we deal with the people running red lights, or the people focused on cell phones while they're driving?
Well, there are red light cameras in some cities. I think Christchurch has recently put them in, and I know, having worked in local government for many years, I know that you will have colleagues in Christchurch who you'll be able to touch base with and see how effective they are. Speed cameras can be used in high risk areas, Yep. And I know there is technology that Australia uses to pick up people using cell phones in vehicles, but I don't think we've got that far in New Zealand.
Thank you for that.
Okay, right. We've come to the end. Oh, Councillor Skill.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Jeffrey, for your submission. You focused a lot today on the 88%.
Yes.
I'm interested in the 12%, obviously, which does, from fact and data, from the NZ Police, does increase the fatality with speed.
It does, yes.
No question about that. So I'm more concerned in the sense of what your response is. What's the positiveness if we do nothing? Because we've got 12%, which we know in fact, of increased fatality.
Yes.
With speed. So
and
what's the positive that you can give us, question, if we do nothing?
I think, I don't say do, I say be selective where you impose a lower speed limit rather than a district-wide speed limit. And I think using those tools, if you identify an area where you think a lower speed limit will have an advantage, have some benefit, by all means. And I think the rest of the population will buy into that. But I think a district-wide speed limit of an urban area of 40k, I think we're just going to have widespread disregard for it.
So just so I'm clear, you're acknowledging that we do need to do something.
Yes, and there are a wide range of options available, but my view is just imposing a district-wide urban 40k speed limit is unnecessary, unproductive, and you just won't, people just won't stick to it. So at the end of the day, nothing will be achieved.
Thank you.
Okay, time is up, unfortunately, Councillor Lewis. Thank you, Jeffrey, for your submission. You've raised some good points.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to make my submissions.
Right, next we have Dean, and is it Annika? And you may take your mask off to speak as well. That's if you want to.
Yeah, be easier. Excuse me while I read off my phone. Morena, Honourable Mayor and Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Anka Habgood. My husband and I have 4 children and our family lives on Brown Road, which is a wee gravel road off Mill Road North in the Maris Bush area. I wrote 2 submissions. So the first one was specific to the speed limit on our road, Brown Road, for which I sought and obtained majority support from my neighbours. My second submission was the views of my husband and I only, and nothing to do with our neighbours. So I'll address the first submission first, regarding the proposed speed limit of 60 kilometres per hour for Brown Road. In our view, while this is a great improvement on the current 100 kilometres per hour limit, our submission is that it should be further reduced to 40 kilometres per hour. Brown Road is only just 500 metres long. It is gravel, steep cambered, straight, and it is a no exit road. Our oldest child is 11. We also have an 8-year-old, 6-year-old and a 3-year-old. There are other young families living on our road as well, and their children have similar ages. And when people drive fast down our road, our biggest concern is for the safety of our children. And given our road's only 500 metres, there's really no point in driving fast. While I think in general people are sensible when driving down our road, in the almost 10 years we have lived on Brown Road, we have regularly advocated for people to slow down whenever the opportunity arose. Whether this was the teenager living down the end whose friends didn't realise how unnecessary their speed was, or the rubbish truck that seems to always be in a hurry, or the occasional tanker or stock truck that is driving too fast for the conditions. Well, I think in general, there was one rubbish truck company that I rang a few times to respectfully ask them to slow down. They were always great over the phone, but unfortunately I didn't see any change happening in practice. One day I happened to be out in my driveway as the truck sped past, and so I waited for the truck to speed back past and was out there to wave them down. The truck driver did see me wave out, but it took them a long time to brake to a stop, and I had to run to catch up with them. To be fair, the rubbish truck driver was very receptive to my concerns when I explained that we have a young family and we're concerned with the potential impact of their speed. The rubbish truck company has been a lot more careful driving down our road since that time, which we very much appreciate. Generally, tanker drivers are pretty careful driving, but I've had to ring the tanker company too on occasion. And I guess the difficult part about ringing up people is that Brown Road has been a 100-kilometre speed zone. And so no one has actually been breaking any limit as such. Instead, I've just got to rely on people's goodwill and understanding, asking them to be more careful for the sake of our children. I guess my point in telling you all this is that I don't think I should have to be contacting and negotiating with people to request them to drive at a safer speed. What would be great is instead to have a sensible lower speed limit with signage at the start of our road. Each time I turn down into Brown Road, I've found that 40 kilometres an hour is pretty much a comfortable speed to drive, and one that is much more sensible in terms of the safety of our children. Therefore, our submission is that the new speed limit for Brown Road should be 40 kilometres per hour. This is the speed limit that I've discussed with most of our neighbours, and the majority of our neighbours sign their support. This was attached to my submission along with our neighbours' own personal comments supporting 40 kilometres per hour as the new speed limit. So yeah, take a time to read the neighbours' comments too if you can. So that was my first submission, and my second submission now is a bit more broader. While my husband and I generally support the reduction of speed limits throughout the Invercargill district, we think this is an important opportunity for Invercargill City Council to consider these changes in the context of creating a pedestrian cyclist friendly roading network. One of the issues that reducing speed limits presents will be the compliance of drivers to the lower limits. However, in our view, that is mainly because of our roads are so wide and clearly look like roads that are made for vehicles only. Drivers assume that they command the road, while pedestrians and cyclists only venture out with significant risk. The roads in the Morris Bush area, for example, are okay for adults to cycle on, bearing risk. However, they are by no means safe at all for children or even young teenagers to walk along or cycle along. These roads need to be redesigned so that they start to look like shared environments. This will significantly help drivers adjust to lower limits and sharing the road space. It will also provide better opportunities for pedestrians and cyclists to increase the use of these roads. So I've been practicing driving at the proposed speed limits, for example, 80 kilometres an hour down Mill Road North, and I think it will take a little bit of time to adjust to travelling extensively at this speed within the Invercargill district. But I know from when I have driven vehicles overseas in Europe that good road design lends itself to creating roading networks that are suitable for speed. And in contrast, when I drove on much smaller roading networks with stricter speed limits overseas, once again, good road design meant that I wouldn't even consider driving any faster. It is important for the roading environment to lend itself to being a shared space with pedestrians, cyclists and other road users. And by way of road design, it is possible to create appropriate visual and physical cues, which would go a long way to reducing road speeds to sensible speeds, and compliance with a certain speed limit would hardly be an issue. This is where we think that Invercargill City Council needs to look at the bigger picture when it comes to its roading network. It needs to be working to a vision of creating a safer roading network for all users, not just motorised vehicles. Reducing road speed is only one aspect of this. Road design and network design are also crucial. We know that this will take time to implement, but there needs to be a solid plan to work towards. The aim, of course, should be to optimise spending in terms of linking up existing tracks, parks and green spaces together where possible, but then in other areas, ensuring good road design will help motorists drive according to driving in a shared roading environment. I did make a couple of additional points in my written submission, but I want to allow time for questions as well. So yeah, thanks for your time listening today, and I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has about those two main points that I've made today.
Okay, right. We've got about 3 minutes for questions. So Councillor Clark, Councillor Abbott, and then Councillor Ludlow. Councillor Clark.
Sorry, Chair, that was up from the previous speaker.
Rightio. No, that's fine. Councillor Abbott.
Yes, thank you for that. Dust can be hazardous to driving too. Would the 40 kilometre an hour alleviate that?
Yeah, of course, the slower you go, the less dust there is on Brown Road, though that's not my primary concern. I know my neighbours did mention that it's a concern to them. Generally, those neighbours that signed in support of my submission were all the kind of people that drive slowly anyway, and so that's why it wasn't an issue for them. And part of that reason for them is dust, as well as our young children on our road.
Yeah, it can be hazardous.
Okay, Councillor Ludlow.
Thanks, Chair. Anka, how many families are there in the Brown Road area?
So there's 8 main residents, so to speak. So 1, 2, 3, 4 of those residents have children or grandchildren living or visiting regularly.
Thank you.
Further questions? No, thank you very much then, Anka.
Cool. Okay.
Right.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Right, we have...
Mr. Chair.
Yes?
My hand keeps disappearing. I don't know why, so that's why I have to wave to you. Sorry
okay,
about that.
if you can... Yeah, that's fine. Yep. Right, next we have Noel Peterson. Are you with us, Noel?
Kia ora, everyone. Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Tēnā koutou katoa. I'd like to say that I fully support the council intention to lower the road speeds. I think it's a good move forward to reduce accidents, personal harm and deaths. That said, lowering the speeds on paper doesn't reduce the speeds. And I've sent through a Word document with some notes. Hopefully you've all received that. I've actually put it in the chat if you haven't received it prior.
No, we've all got that. Thanks, Noel.
Thank you. That's good to go then. I'd like the council to consider putting in place further speed reduction options in the future as the opportunity arises as well. And that's partly what my notes are about. Unfortunately, I know there's a lot of people driving around the city in excessive speed throughout the city on a regular basis during the day and particularly at night. And I actually walk around the city a lot, both day and night, and I can hear them coming. Sometimes you can hear them coming from a suburb on the other side of town, and they're out of control, and there's nobody there to stop them. So, and you know, sometimes we call them boy races, but my observation is that it's not just boys. A lot of them are adults, and they should know better, but they just act in defiance of the law, I guess. I regularly hear, there was one in the newspaper yesterday of an accident with a chap on a bike, or a person on a bike, I should say, and that's harmed, and speed seems to be a recurring factor in that situation. I started off my notes by pointing out about saving fuel, and I know that's sort of a slightly different tangent to what we're used to talking about. We're always talking about reducing physical harm and reducing the accidents, but in this day and age, I think that reducing fuel is also an important factor, and I noticed the Sustainable Business Network, they made the statement, and they researched it well, that reducing speed by 8 kilometres would save up to 15% in fuel. And, you know, without being a rocket scientist, a 16k reduction gives you a 30% reduction in fuel. Generation Less, which is a government organisation, is also saying the same thing, talking about 10 to 20% savings, without a significant increase in the time that it takes you to travel from one place to the other, trip time. So, and like they're saying heavy vehicles, it's 20% buying by going at 90 kilometres an hour instead of 100. So, some of this actually relates to NZTA highways and whatnot, but I think that we really need to start looking at an education agency, because I think the solution to this problem, you know, I just heard one of the other submitters say, well, you know, if they don't take any notice, what do you do? Well, I can remember back when I was a lad, that the councils, and they were the city councils or the county councils, they actually had an education department that was focused on road safety. And back in those days, the cars were always, you know, pretty useless brakes, and they were running off the roads and whatnot. So, but it seemed to work. And over the years, that seems to have disappeared, and it became civil defence. It's the same sort of organisation that how it started up. And there was, you know, people forever telling the younger people about the dangers of speed and reminding everybody else about speeding. So I'm not quite sure how you would fit that together. Perhaps it's a combined effort between the NZTA, Civil Defence Council and the police, a combination effort. At the moment, we just seem to have big, broad picture messages from NZTA, which nobody hears too often or takes too much heed of. So I just think that that's important, and targeted education programs within that. So, you know, if we let's I mean, talking about it, I think is really, really great. If we can target the education, target it about those guys that are driving around at 70 to 100 kilometres an hour plus around our cities during the day and at night. I see them and I hear them, and no doubt you perhaps see them and hear them as well. And they're just a death waiting to happen. So, and it's going to take an attitude change. We seem to have sort of accepted that that's the way it is. That, people just drive around willy-nilly and do what they like. And we need to design those education programs so we get the buy-in from the community, from the majority of the community. And in fact, the majority of the community are good people and are good drivers, or cyclists or walkers. So, you know, let's not hang it on everybody. And we need, in that attitude change, to give them clear message that speeding is not okay. We need to, I suggest, improve the signage. We need more of those signs that blink out that say slow down. There's one when I live in Bluff, and when I come into Bluff, there's one that tells you you're going too fast, and then it tells you when you're doing 50 k's or whatnot. And that works really, really well. People actually do use it. So more of those around, not just outside schools, there are lots of places. We need signs that have flashing lights. I think that better street signs, the reflective blue and white street signs would work really well. I can remember those starting off in Rotorua and spreading through the Bay of Plenty, and like in the dark and you're trying to find a street, makes it really good. Speed cameras, yep, don't know who should run them, but I think we need way more cameras, and run them in places where people are not going to expect to find one. And they could be just, I think they should be discreet. And maybe it's in partnership with the police. I think that's probably the answer. And with infringements, I think that combined with the education, you know, infringements need to be discretionary. If you've gone 5 Ks over the speed limit or whatnot, well then, hey, do we need to give you a ticket? You know, do we need to give everybody a ticket and get the backs up? It's targeting those speedsters, those guys that are actually.
Noel, you just about reached the 10 minutes, so.
Yep. No, that's fine.
Is there anything you want to sum up and briefly?
Yep. Better lighting, better road reflectors, and you know, work towards what Kotahi's asking for. You know, they put in a video there about, you know, the journey to road to zero. And then there's a whole lot by the IEA which gives suggestions about saving fuel, again, because of the war in Ukraine. And I just wanted to point out also that speed reduction reduces climate change. So there's an article about the heat wave in Antarctica.
No, that's good. Thank you, Noel.
I'll leave it there.
Yep.
And any questions?
No, unfortunately, you've consumed your 10 minutes.
Time.
Yep. There's no time for questions.
Thank you. That's great. I've got my message across, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you.
anytime.
Thank you for your submission.
Get up.
Mark Simmons. Welcome, Mark. If you'd like to take a seat, and you may remove your mask if you wish. And your glasses.
Thank you.
Can you just move the mic? Yeah, just in front. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Shadbolt and councillors for this opportunity. I'm a long-time resident of Invercargill City, a pedestrian and an occasional cyclist and a motorist. I've driven over 1 million kilometres, predominantly in New Zealand, but also in half a dozen foreign countries without an accident. That doesn't make me an expert or necessarily a good driver, but it does qualify me, I think, to contribute to this debate. Many in this audience will remember that a previous Prime Minister who was to attend a rugby match in Wellington was reportedly driven at speeds of up to 180 kilometres an hour over a distance of 195 kilometres, an average speed of 147 kilometres an hour. Thankfully, she didn't suffer any injury and went on to an illustrious career at the UN. My point here is that speed per se doesn't kill, but collisions most certainly do. And that applies to every transport mode, whether it be road, rail, air or sea. So I think our real focus should be on the prevention of collisions. Speed exacerbates every collision, as we well know, and that's probably the reason why we're having this discussion now. I think there should be more focus on collision avoidance through training of road users, and I include pedestrians, cyclists and motorists in that group, and vehicle technology and road engineering. The effect of blanket speed reductions such as I see being proposed will be to further dumb down and de-skill the driving fraternity, and at the same time act as a drag on productivity when we should be doing exactly the opposite. Extrapolate the trend will take us back to the Red Flag Act of 1865, where there was a man with a flag in front of every vehicle, 50 metres out in front, and 6 kilometres an hour was the limit. It was 30 years or more before the limit was increased, and the red flag man was made redundant. I think that good and safe driving really requires a number of things, and one of them is the elimination of impairment, and alcohol, of course, is well canvassed on this in this area, but I refer specifically to the increasing evidence of drug taking resulting in impairment of drivers. In addition, the application of common sense, good judgment, and plenty of practice is important in driving. Then I mentioned in my submission the mixing of transport types on a single carriageway. It's inherently dangerous. I specifically refer to cycling. A lot of our roads are not designed for it, and but cyclists do use them, and we have this tension happening. Vivid in my memory is a visit to a trade show in Germany, and walking on the streets of Cologne and seeing a heavy truck pinning a cyclist to the ground. He was just pinned there, injured, unable to get out. People around trying to help, and I've never forgotten it. But it just illustrates that we are doing dangerous things that in a business we would eliminate these hazards, because that's our responsibility as persons conducting a business undertaking. But it seems like on the roads we will mix these things up, and we take the consequences. So I think that in Invercargill City we're not Amsterdam, which would be probably one of the poster cities for cycling. Their population density is probably 30, 40, 50 times what ours is, and we need to get things in perspective. We do have very good cycling possibilities throughout the city, and the green spaces, and with the track out to Bluff, and that these can be developed in time. Motorists and transport operators are, facing this issue every day, and I believe we're getting a bit wary of the, being a cash cow for governments in perpetuity to milk for infrastructure, while at the same time being a whipping boy for every problem in the transport network. Then moving to the school scenario, I submitted that the present limits were sufficient, adequate, but noted that there is plenty of scope for improvement with direct safety benefits. Typically, students arrive in a plethora of vehicles that disgorge large numbers on the street, or the streets in the immediate vicinity of schools. There's scant management, organisation and control, and it's hazardous and disruptive for residents and other road users. Now, I've personally observed schools in foreign countries where delivery and pickup takes place in a managed environment off the street, i.e. on the school property. In one of those cases that I'm familiar with, that was in direct response to a fatal accident involving a student. I'm currently managing a new school build project in Southland where we're implementing this same solution. I would expect pretty stiff resistance from government ministries and schools on grounds of liability and cost and so forth. But if we're as serious as we claim to be about safety, then I think it is something that should be implemented. So in conclusion, I'm generally against the wholesale lowering of speed limits across the city, and I am for targeted solutions based on training, technology and engineering. Happy to take questions.
Okay, just checking the time. We've got a couple of minutes for questions, and Councillor Ludlow, then Councillor Clark.
Thank you. With the school drop-off zones, do you think, in the design that you're involved with, do you think they can be self-managed or that they need to be supervised?
Well, I think if they're properly designed, the degree of supervision would be less. But yeah, it's all a matter of setting up a system that will run and enforcing it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ludlow. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Just wanted to tease out a little bit about the drive-through capacity you refer to. Have you seen the drive-through capacity or facility at Ototara School?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, so suggest to you that you do have a look at that. What we've learnt from that is that drop-offs are great when they go through a drop-off system. Parents just kiss and drop, and it's great. But as Councillor Ludlow alluded to, it's the pickups that's the problem, because people come in, they get into that zone to pick up the child, but the child's not ready. And so you get massive congestion inside the zone.
So we're just going to keep this, sorry about this, Councillor Clark, it's very important, but we'll just keep to questions rather than solutions at this stage. But this is a very important topic, so yeah. Okay, we're at 10 minutes is up now. Thank you, Mark, for that. Rochelle Francis. Welcome, Rochelle. If you take a seat, and you may take your mask off to speak.
Tēnā koutou I ngā rangatira o te kanohire Waihopai. Ko Rochelle Francis tōku ingoa. My name's Rochelle, and I'm here to applaud your openness to reducing speed limits across the board for the well-being of our community. So I apologise that I haven't had a chance to write something down to speak to you today, so please, if you could let me know when I get to 5 minutes so that I can stop and have time for questions.
Okay, I'll do that. Yeah.
Thank you. So I've been harvesting a rainbow chard from one of the council's park beds in Otakaro Park and putting it out for the public to collect for Neighbours Day Aotearoa, which we're celebrating this week. So, all right, so I think that we need these decreases in speed limits to be implemented because really this council is here to look after our people. He aha te mea nui o te ao, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. It's not about looking after the cars, it's about looking after the people. And I want to share with you a story prior to lockdown, which was when I was contacted through a Facebook page to go and collect some heritage roses from the garden of an elderly lady in South Invercargill. She was removing all of her roses from her garden because she had been hit by a car travelling probably at the speed limit, I would say, along Ellis Road in South City shops. She was critically injured. She spent many months recovering from this accident and now uses a walker, which means that she is unable to tend to her garden as she once did. The impact of that lady's life from being hit by a car has been severe, and this is exactly the kind of thing that can be avoided through lowering the speed limits in our shopping areas and actually across all of our urban streets. Another story I want to share with you is during lockdown, I think 2 years ago tomorrow, we all went into our first level 4 lockdown, and I remember walking and cycling the streets of Invercargill to get our daily exercise together with our family and seeing all of the other families and households that were out enjoying the traffic-free streets safely, peacefully. I'm sure you have fond memories of that as well. I remember at the time thinking, I never want this part of lockdown to end. And actually, we can learn both from the successes of the past and the mistakes from the past in terms of building a brighter future. Our streets don't need to be dominated by cars. We can design them for the benefit of our families, our children, our elderly, our people with disabilities. Another story you would have seen in the news yesterday, flash floods in Auckland, rain at 17 millimetres per hour, exceeding the definition of torrential rain by almost 75%. And this is evidence of accelerating storm events due to climate change. This council does not have a climate change policy, which I have to say is...
We'll just have to look, we are talking about speed review, okay, in the submissions. So
I understand that. This speed review is an example of a way that we can lower our climate emissions through communicating to our community that there are alternative options to fossil fuel transport, and encouraging them by creating walkways and cycleways that are pleasant to use. I know that many of you will have experienced various traffic-free shopping areas in your travels throughout Aotearoa and the world.
And 5 minutes of just...
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you'll agree that there are a lot of cultural and economic benefits to the businesses in those car-free shopping districts, and it's very pleasant to use them. So, yeah, there's more in my written submission, but I'll stop now and give...
No, well, that just leaves you some question time.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got about 4.5 minutes question time. Councillor Ludlow.
Thanks, Rochelle. I just need to understand a little more about the accident on Alice Road.
Yeah.
Straight road. How on earth did the woman get hit?
She was crossing on the pedestrian crossing.
Right, okay.
And the car was travelling too fast to stop in time, and it ploughed into her.
Thank you. Sorry, I thought she must have been gardening on the side of the road. Thank you.
Oh, no. She was shopping. Yeah, her garden is in a different location.
Thanks.
Yeah.
My misunderstanding.
Thanks for the
further questions? You do have a couple more minutes, so if you'd like anything else you'd like to raise?
Yeah, I guess lastly, I just want to share the fact that all of my children, my biological children and my bonus child through marriage, cycle to school every day. It causes me significant stress and anxiety to know that they are sharing the road with vehicles that are travelling, at 50 plus kilometres an hour on the roads beside them, and often don't have a lot of consideration for them. I believe that reducing the speed limits both around the schools and in our urban streets generally will create a much safer environment for my children and will reduce my anxiety around them cycling daily to school in Invercargill, an activity which they really enjoy, apart from when it's hailing, and which they get significant health benefits from in terms of being physically fit and healthy, but also their mental health in terms of having just time where they are outdoors, where they're not looking at screens, where they're just able to, I guess, be involved in a mindful activity of cycling to and from school. And by lowering speed limits across the city, I believe that we'll encourage many more people in our community to take up the benefits of walking and cycling to where they need to go, and overall we'll have a healthier and happier community. So I just want to say thank you so much for listening to me today.
We've got 1 more minute left, and I'm going to get a question from Councillor Soper for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rochelle, you said it was preferable to have one-way streets in the city centre.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to see more one-way streets, or are you just meaning keep the ones already there?
I think that one-way streets are a very effective tool in terms of improving safety, making streets more cycle and pedestrian friendly. So in general, I think that one-way streets are good, and more one-way streets in our city centre would be a good move.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rochelle.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Right. We have one more submitter for this first session this morning, and that is Matt Furness, who arrived here nice and early.
I did, yes. Didn't want to get caught in a traffic jam.
Or speed.
Came at the speed limit too. Right. Hello everyone. In my submission today, I want to talk about risk. The standard textbook definition is the effect of uncertainty on objectives. I don't expect you to remember that. What this translates to in the vernacular is the possibility of the brown stuff hitting the rotating air mover. I want to talk about risk because risk is fundamental to this particular topic. And I want to bring a particular perspective to this discussion, the perspective of a professional engineer with a few kilometres on the odometer. Professional engineers, among other activities, identify hazards and quantify risks, and set about finding and implementing solutions to hazards based on risk levels that have been determined to be acceptable. The best way to understand this is to think about an example, and I'm thinking about the flood protection scheme. So civil engineers in this town knew that if it rained here quite heavily or in the district, there was a chance that part of the city would flood. So they must have come to a meeting like this and said, we need to do something about this, let's design a flood protection scheme. So the vexatious question is, what level of flooding are you prepared to accept? Is it a full day of rain? Is it 5 days of rain, a week, a month of rain? What do you want to do? So the engineers go back to the statistics, they come back to you guys and say, do you want to design for a 1 in 5 year flood, a 1 in 10, 1 in 50, 1 in 100? You tell me, I'll do the design. So you set the risk level. What are the chances of the brown stuff contacting the rotating air mover? That's how it works. So with this understanding, let's talk about speed management. Human beings are good at a lot of things, but we have a lousy design speed. We can do 5 kilometres per hour. That's a walking speed. If you adhere to this design speed, you are at a very low risk of suffering any damage. So the brown stuff won't contact the rotating air mover. But it will take you 40 hours of this effort to get to Dunedin. That is a full working week a full working week of time to get to Dunedin. So many years ago, a long time ago, people decided they wanted to travel faster than their design speed. And so horses were press ganged into service for several centuries with people on their backs. And guess what happened? People got injured and people got killed because they were exceeding their design speed. The two go hand in hand. Then someone invented the wheel and the internal combustion engine and the roading network. And it's now possible to travel at 20 times your design speed on our roading systems. And with it, with that 20 times, comes an increase in the chance of the brown stuff contacting the rotating air mover. And guess what? 20 times. It's not 2 times, it's 20 times. That's a lot. And with it comes an increase in risk. So let's look at some facts. This is the lies, damn lies and statistics part of the whole thing. Deaths peaked in 87 at about 800 a year. They gradually decreased with the introduction of the Japanese imports, in my opinion, and improved car design to around 300 to 400 deaths in 2003, where it essentially remains today. How do we compare to the rest of the world? The stats are as follows. Holland and Germany, 3.8 deaths per 100,000 people. Australia, 4.5. New Zealand, 7.8 deaths per 100,000. USA, 12.4. Vietnam, 24.5. World average, 18.2 deaths per 100,000. So we are tracking reasonably well in a world perspective. The vexed question for the public is, how many deaths are acceptable? If your answer is 0, then you and the people from the Transport Agency have got to go to the naughty corner because you didn't listen to what I just said. Increased risk. Now let's talk about deaths. This is the nasty bit. Unfortunately, death is a fact of life. Every day in New Zealand, 90 people die of something. 90 people. Here's a snapshot. 26 people die of cancer. 14 die of heart disease, 7 of stroke, 2 of diabetes. 2 people every day take their lives, and 1 person dies on the roading network. Now, all of those except the roading network bring 0, 0, 0 benefit to this country. 0. The vexed question is 1 death on the road per day, given the immense personal and almost immeasurable commercial benefit the roading system brings to the people of New Zealand, is it acceptable? And secondly, if saving lives is your focus, are there other areas that could benefit from some spending rather than chasing this pipe dream of 0 road deaths? Now, if you ask me, my answer is yes. We are comfortably situated between Australia and America in the death statistics. And we're comfortably below the world average of 18.2 deaths per 100,000. Is it a competition? I wasn't aware it was a competition. This sounds pretty good to me. But if I wasn't directed or guided by the New Zealand Transport Agency, and you may well guess I'm not, then if you ask me as a professional engineer, can you reduce the road toll right now? I'd say yes, you can. The answer lies in the domain of the professional engineers again. For a long time, we improved all the safety aspects of the automobiles. These improvements reflected in the stats since 87, when the Japanese imports improved the vehicle fleet by introducing crumple zones, airbags, anti-lock braking, traction control, and a host of other improvements made possible by the development of computer-based tools. We didn't have them until the 80s. Then we could design the crumple zones and the microprocessors, which became reliable and cheap and very effective, so we could implement all these safety features. They made a vast difference to the safety of our roading network. Those advantages have all been grabbed. They're still improving, but at a diminishing rate. The answer now lies in the design of the highways. If, for example, Highway 1 was redesigned into 4 lanes, 2 one way, 2 the other with a big separation barrier, the road toll would decrease significantly. This is an obvious fix, but it would be too expensive to implement and is likely parked on some shelf at the New Zealand Transport Agency because of the difficulty and cost of this particular solution. Instead, the Transport Agency have embarked on a vision that is fundamentally and fatally flawed. It flies in the face of the very reason the roading system was created in the first place, the need for humans to exceed their design speed. I don't buy into their vision, which is why I've taken the time to present my perspective to you today. Now I'm going to leave you with the ubiquitous executive summary. Number 1, exceeding your 5 km/h design speed could get you killed. Number 2, the chances of it happening in the current roading network in New Zealand are very small and within reasonable limits from a global perspective. Number 3, there are many other areas that need attention if saving lives is a priority in this country. And finally, the design of the roading system should be the first priority if minimising road deaths is the focus of the New Zealand Transport Agency. Thank you very much for your time.
That's well said, Matt. I'm going to open up for questions now. I'm going to go Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Matt, thank you for the presentation. I understand the stats on deaths and things like that, and that's probably the major issue that the NZ Transport's looking at. But do you happen to have the stats at hand about the coherent injuries, which do often result in ongoing cost?
No. When I looked at this, I went to the worst case.
Yep. So you might. We haven't got the figures there anyway, so we can't take in the cost of the injuries in a long time.
If you take in the cost of reducing the speed limits, allow me to do the numbers.
Yeah.
If I apply the algebra, they will be in the trillions. The trillions. If I take my guys and I have to go to TY and it takes me extra time at their hourly rate and multiply by that algebra, then decreasing the speed limits will cost in the billions. It might even, I don't know, it could be billions probably. Don't know what the number is, but I'd say it'd be massive in a year.
Fair comment.
Sorry, Councillor Adelaide, did you have your hand up? You did, sorry, and then Councillor Cook.
Thanks, Matt, for the perspective. Can I just clarify then, do you think that Waka Kotahi have a flaw in their current methodology whereby when the quality of the roading network drops, that they drop the speed limit rather than fix the road?
Interesting question. I'm so angry about what they've produced, 0 road deaths by whatever date, that I'm almost instructing the Minister of Finance not to use any of my taxes to give them any money. I think that Transport Agency needs a big reshuffle. So I don't respect anything they produce.
Thank you.
Ms. Cook.
Leaving aside Waka Kotahi's ambitions for 0 deaths, which if you have lost somebody on a road, you probably support and endorse, because 1 death that relates to you is 1 death too many.
Correct.
However, that's not the principal focus of what we're looking at, which is the overall quality of experience for the members of the city of Invercargill as they traverse the city of Invercargill. So
the overall quality of the experience.
The question I'm asking you
Yes.
is, do we design and manage the speed within the city solely for the benefit of people who want to travel faster, or do we look at all the people in the city of Invercargill and their various ways of navigating the city of Invercargill and look at how we can balance those things?
What do you think my answer is going to be to that? Did you listen to what I said? My answer is, I think we're doing pretty well. So you have to balance, we're balancing everything as we are right now.
So as a pedestrian who lives somewhat proximate to South City and experiences on an almost daily basis the traffic that does not slow down for pedestrian crossings because they're looking at whether they can beat the traffic lights, what do you think we are asking, and how do you balance that?
What sort of question? Like, these are behavioural things, aren't they?
Yeah, I think this is after a solution, so I'm gonna. You don't have to answer that.
I'm bringing a perspective of risk that we you have to, if you make decisions based on what your neighbour experiences loss and so on and so forth. I've said there are 90 people die every day in this country of something. Death is a part of life. So good decision making has to have a balanced perspective, not the squeaky wheel, or not the tugging at the heartstrings because of emotion.
Okay, I've got, sorry Matt, I've got His Worship would like to ask you a question.
Yes, thank you.
I was in Holland and I hired a bike in Amsterdam, and a car came out of a side road.
This is a question, Your Worship.
Oh yes, it almost it is. Do you the cyclists in the area just swarmed over this car and banged the roof of the car, and it was sort of direct action, if you like. And we had an example of it in Browns Road at these submissions as well.
I would say I lived in Holland for 5 years. There are bike lanes in Holland. There are bike lights. There are red lights, green lights, and you have your own bike lane. It's not the same as here. Our network is not set up as well as most of Europe. That's why our road deaths are 7.8 per 100,000, not 3.8. That's Holland's one. Okay. Holland has got main highways, 4 lanes each direction, and so on and so forth. But I think for where we are with our little 2-lane skinny country, we're probably doing pretty well.
Okay, I'm going to have to call this to an end now. You came at the right time, because that brings us to 10:30, which is our break.
Right.
Okay, so you actually got about 14, which is
14.
Yeah.
No,
thank you.
Blessed.
Thank you for that enlightenment. Okay, now we have a break.
Thank you very much,
everybody.
Yeah, Ringy, I'll be away at 12, thanks.
Right. Daniel, so just before we start the next session, I have an apology for Councillor Lush, who has had to leave. I'll move that we accept that apology.
I second that.
Thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour? Aye.
Can I just add to that? I'll have to leave at 12.
We'll vote on that later. Yeah. Yes, you may, Councillor Abbott.
Thank you.
Right, Daniel, welcome to the meeting.
Hello, how are you?
Pretty good.
We good. So, hey, I made a submission recently about the speed zones in Otatara. Yeah, there was an opportunity there to speak to councillors, obviously, and I thought, oh, I might as well, because I know maybe no one else will, so I thought I would. Yeah, so long story short story long, I guess. I bought property in Otatara maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and I've been building my house out there for the past 10 months or so. We've been pretty well established out there, though, over the last few years. So the property is on Hardwick Road, which runs off Ackers Road, which runs off Otatara Road. It's a gravel road, and 5 years ago when I bought it, it was a solid gravel road. But over the years, you know, rain, wear and tear, a lot of heavy traffic coming and going. There's, you know, I've just built a house. Neighbours have built a house. There's another 6 houses being built on the other side of the road right now. So it's taking a bit of a hiding, and it's literally extremely dangerous. I mean, you come off Otatara Road onto Ackers, it's slightly sealed, and then you hit the gravel. Not everybody, but you know, there's a few people out there that can continuously run it at 100 kilometers an hour, and it's like driving on corrugated iron, you know. And obviously the maintenance in it too. Like the guys, your contractors come out and grade it every other week. But what they're now grading, there's nothing left there. They're literally turning over dust every time it's graded. They're just turning over dust. There's no solid gravel there. So what I've done, you know, with the submissions, with the speed zoning, we've sort of congregated with a dozen of the neighbours who are affected by the gravel and the dust and the speed. We've submitted letters, you know, submissions to have the speed reduced, obviously. But I mean, ideally, we'd love to have the road sealed, but I know there's cost in that. So I feel if we banged a couple of 60 kilometre signs up at the start of the road, probably save you guys a fortune in maintenance, and yeah, could save some lives. Really, it's you know, we've had a few hairy ones where we've pulled out of Hardwick Road onto Ackers Road, and people are screaming up there doing 100k, and it's not a very wide road, but it's one of those roads like a proper gravel road where you end up with a track in the middle of it, and if you're not on the track, you're literally on 4-wheel drive track, you know. Yeah, so like our biggest concern is the dust. I've had a big hedge line that run down the 150 metres of our property, which we've just dropped because it was kind of encroaching on the power lines and creating some problems. So we've dropped these trees, which has definitely exposed us to the dust. And you see it, you know, once these trees have been dropped, I've got brand new water tanks there that are literally gone from black to dusty grey fairly quickly. And I think you know too, Nobby, you're the postman out there, you know the road. It's not the best one, and hey, there's probably another 100 roads out there that, you know, you're probably gonna have people like me bugging you. But I thought, you know, like this, even my neighbour Roger Deacon, he's written a letter and he said like it's a major health concern for the residents, you know, just the dust is so dense and it sticks to our roofs and then it runs into our water tanks and we're drinking it, you know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, like I feel I try to do a bit for our city, you know, I contribute, I pay my rates. So I'm in the process of bringing 30 artists down the end of this year to beautify our CBD, the outskirts of the new builds and stuff. And I just thought, oh, well, I do a lot. I try to do a lot. If you could help our neighbourhood out, which we're all ratepayers, and there's going to be another, like I say, 6 houses going up there over this year. Obviously, you're going to get a few extra dollars for rates. So, hey, come seal our road, please.
Okay. Yeah, something not quite a speed review subject, but definitely the dust caused by speed is something. Councillor Ludlow.
Thanks. There's a question coming in just a second, but I should point out that more houses don't mean more rates money. It just spreads the load for everybody else. Has the particularly dry summer made that dust even worse?
It has, yeah. I mean, obviously, when it's dry, it's dusty. But when there's no gravel left and you're just turning up dust every week, like, it's not ever going to get better, And that's the thing. Like, it will rain and then it corrugates because there's no content to it. It's literally just dust and dirt, And I mean, yeah, it's dusty in winter, in summer, but then in winter you've got massive potholes and small lakes on all throughout the whole road. So.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Cook.
Kia ora, Deo. You've highlighted. Pehiana. You've highlighted the particular issue with your particular road, but in your submission, you have been supportive of reducing speed within the CBD. So, would you like to enlighten why you haven't spoken so intensively to that, or is it just because the dust is particularly bad today?
The dust, this is my priority right now. This sweet baby girl who came a few days ago, so I know she's going to be affected by it. It's not so much me I'm worried about, it's our baby, And then the elderly out there too, like my neighbour, she's an elderly woman that walks every day with her dog, and people speed past her and kick dust up in her face every day. So, yeah, hey, and I am all for speed reduction in general. I feel like there's no rush. We're in such a small town. It's not a bustling city. No matter the situation, it's only 15 minutes one side to the other. Like, definitely for speed reduction in the CPD. If yeah, I mean, Nobby addressed an issue. Yeah, we're not going to take death tolls from speed down to 0 at all, but hey, if we can make, let's not, leave things as they are, so we end up with a death toll if we can avoid it. For what? Putting up a couple of 60k signs, or 40k signs in town, or whatever,
Okay, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. And as you said, I've done the run out there. A couple of questions, really more on focus on the safety issue as opposed to the dust.
Yeah.
You live on a road that's, and like a lot of rural roads that are not arterial, so they're not major roads running through. They're more what you call back roads.
Yeah.
Do the potholes really impact on the, especially in winter, they impact on the safety of people coming through?
I think
so I'm going to have to interrupt there. We are talking about speed, and if potholes slow people down, that could be a good thing. But this is about speed. Okay,
yeah.
It could be speed causing dust.
That's where we're going. Like, the potholes are created from speed. You go from 100k on a sealed road and hit gravel. That's where the potholes are. As soon as you hit that gravel, boom, 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 boom. There's 50 meters of potholes right on the transition. There's no potholes on the rest of the road, and that's from speed. So that's the issue.
Okay, so just to clarify for the committee here, that reducing the speed on your road would reduce dust and potholes.
Definitely.
Right. Okay. Anything else? Any other questions, Councillor Clark? No. Right.
Cool.
10 minutes is up now. Thank you very much, Daniel, for that submission.
No, thank you. Appreciate what you guys are doing, and all the best.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. We haven't slept for a few days, but yeah.
Buckle up. That
Joys
carries
of
on for a
parenthood,
bit.
right?
She's 25.
All right. Ka kite. Talk soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we go to our next submission, and that is Raymond. Welcome. Take a seat, and you can take your mask off.
Mind if I stand?
We just need you to be close to a microphone, that's all. Is there a hand microphone?
No, that's right.
Yeah, okay. And if you bring that mic just forward a wee bit.
Right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ray Ruffle. I live on Arua Bay Road, which is a gravel road off Tiwai Road. In speaking to you today, I'd like to draw your attention to the petition attached to my submission, which shows that I have the support of all the residents in the area. This narrow road sees a high volume of heavy traffic as it serves 2 gravel pits. The trucks using this road will, when loaded, be carrying between 50 and 58 tonnes, depending on trailer design. What's the class of this road? Is the road classed for these weights? This load, coupled with the speeds they are driven at, grinds the gravel surface to a fine dust which contains silica, a known health hazard. These are not the only heavy vehicles using this road, as there is a dairy farm some 4 kilometres further around the road. This means not only a daily milk tanker, but also delivery trucks and stock trucks. Private cars belonging to the workers also manage to achieve very high speeds. I estimate one in particular goes from 35 kilometres to 100 kilometres in the space of 300 metres. With a growing population of close to 30 people in a zone of less than 1 kilometre, and many of those people being parents and grandparents, the possibility of one of our children or grandchildren, not to mention the recreational visitors we see using the bay itself, being involved in an accident or I'll repeat that. Being involved in an accident is increasing. In the last 3 years, we have already seen at least 6 car crashes resulting in property damage when drivers have lost control on the gravel. Fortunately, no children were involved. The late Pat Harris, who used to live at number 37, petitioned the council to have conditions imposed on sand and gravel when they were first granted an extraction permit about 28 years ago. That truck speeds must not exceed 40 kilometres per hour, that they were only to cart between 7 AM and 6 PM. This was permitted after all the residents were consulted. All this has gone by, will be in your archives. Pat battled for close to 2 years to get these conditions, and now they are being overlooked. This was a legal battle which she won. We would prefer not to go down that road again, but times have changed, and the traffic is now 10 times what it was then. We are now seeing trucks operating from 6:30 AM to 9 PM. No consultation took place or similar restrictions imposed in respect of Southern stone and timber. This affects all of us residents. So what can be done? The most obvious is to impose a speed limit, what we're here for today. We suggest 40 kilometres per hour, similar to the Maori community, but also why not seal the road section for the first 1 kilometre, as this would have the greatest health benefits. A high initial cost, but the savings in maintenance grading over time would to some degree offset this, or maybe the Richardson Group would be willing to backload Dunite for this section of road. In setting a reduced speed limit, enforcement becomes an issue. Why not install speed bumps similar to those at the Tisbury School, at the end of the seal at the Tiwai Road junction, and another one at the 1 kilometre mark, along with the speed signs. Also, the installation of temporary speed cameras when the changes are made will enforce the new speed limits. If this saves just one life, then it must be worth the attention it deserves. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Ray. Questions? Yes, Ms. Cook.
Kia ora, Ray. I remember very well that application for that gravel pit and the restrictions and the efforts that Pat went through. Are you actually saying that those consent conditions are not being honoured?
Very much so. Very much so.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know where we put that, but because he's because Ray is quite right. I do
No,
remember
it
that.
is. It is
So
noted.
the
Yep.
question, yeah,
It
thank
is
you.
noted and can be raised later. Yeah. Further questions for Ray?
I would like to thank a member there, Mrs. Cook, is it?
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you for that endorsement on that comment, because it was passed to me from one of the neighbours, and we're all working from memory. So, thank you.
Right. You've got a couple of minutes left if you want to say any more, or otherwise it's.
No,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Ray. We now have brought forward Mary O'Brien. Oh, you. Oh, Mary's on the. Sorry, Mary's on Zoom. Sorry. We'd love to hear you speak.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. It's really good to be here, and it's great to be able to join by Zoom. My name's Mary O'Brien. I'm the Access Coordinator for the Southern Region of CCS Disability Action, and I also coordinate our National Street Accessibility Audit, which is a combination of best practice transport engineering and disability and accessibility. We strongly support reduced speed limits, absolutely and utterly, and as you would have seen in our submission, we also submit that 40 k's an hour is too much for many urban roads. I'll talk about that a bit more in a minute. By reducing the speed limits, the council will be fitting with the government National Policy Transport Statement, which is now putting more of a focus on safety and accessibility, and including people and transport planning. New Zealand's not alone in not including people and transport planning, so that's good to see that happening. Also fits with the Road to Zero, which is the national strategy around road safety, so I'm certain the council will be working to meet those requirements. Crashes at 30k are much more survivable by drivers and pedestrians than crashes at 40k, and particularly, if you've got urban areas where you've got a lot of pedestrians, it's a high use area and people want to cross, that makes it safer for them, and also drivers have more of a chance to see people and take evasive action. We know that New Zealand's got a terrible road crash record, and we have a lot of information and evidence about that. However, the evidence about pedestrian safety is very, very limited, and this is due to the poor reporting systems that the police have, and the fact that a lot of people just don't report crashes. Whilst we are a disability organisation, we advocate for very strongly for improved access to the community for everybody. And as I said before, there's not a lot of evidence about safety for pedestrians and crashes and injuries, and in particularly vulnerable pedestrians. However, one of our partners with the street audit, who's a transport engineer, Dr. Bridget Doran, she has done a lot of research around why people don't make road trips, particularly walking trips using the roads. And this is actually, she's a leading international researcher on this. One of the key things is the fact that influences everybody's trip is the perception of safety. If people don't feel safe, they won't go. If people don't have access to a car because they don't own one or it's too expensive, remember here we're talking about vulnerable people ranging from the young to the old to families without cars, all of those things, they don't go, and often they can't afford the bus. So if they're living on a road or an area where there's a 40k speed, kids can't go to the shop on their own, they can't cross the road to the neighbours and those sorts of things because it's just simply too fast. So the important thing to remember that's come out of that trip, that if people don't feel safe, particularly disabled people, they either don't make the trip, the walking trip, or they make a longer, more arduous trip. So they have to walk or wheel or whatever in following a different route. So the issue about that is it's energy and time. So if you're elderly, or you've got a young child to push in the pushchair, or you've got a mobility issue or a health condition, that energy is really important. You have to measure it out. And what that actually just boils down to is actually community severance. People aren't included in the community, and we don't know because we don't measure it, and that's one of our issues. Yeah, so that's basically, we really, really support the safer areas around primary schools. That's really, really important. We all know that children can often be unpredictable. There's also evidence suggesting that those areas should be extended. You know, quite a lot of accidents and things are within 1 or 1.5 k's from schools. So that's really, really important to address. And I just heard the remainder of Ray's submission before us. I didn't hear it all, but we fully support what he said about speed issues and about traffic calming actions like speed bumps and those sorts of things. Sorry, there's the cat. Yeah, so we support that, what you're doing. We think that you need to do it, to make Southland safe for people. We support that you need to do it to fit with government policy. I don't think the council wants to be a council that doesn't comply with government policy. We also warn you very carefully to be wary of people who say that, you know, speeds are going to make their trip times longer. They don't. They really don't. I mean, I'm sure we've all experienced that. You know, if you're up on the open road, you know, perhaps you might be driving to Gore or something and some person passes you at speed on the double yellow line, you always catch up with them, don't you, when you get to the next stop or the next slow pace? Yeah. So in summary, we support it. We think that all the urban speeds should be 30, and yeah, that'd be very good to see that. You could be a leader in that. So thank you very much for the opportunity to submit.
Okay, thank you, Mary. We have time for about 4 minutes worth of questions. So, Councillor Ludlow.
Thanks for your submission, Mary. My question is around your suggestion of a blanket reduction to 30 kilometres per hour. Can I ask you, in all honesty, what sort of compliance do you think the city's likely to get if it did that?
I think compliance it is always a bit of an issue. I mean, it's an issue with everything, you know, with smoke-free cafes and all of those things. And it's probably not something that the council is going to be able to be, you know, or the policing. But a lot of people will police it themselves. You know, they'll talk to their neighbours. And most people actually obey the road rules. I think, yeah, that's important. And in time, people will learn about the changes and comply with them. I do think you've got the public education around this is important, because you're possibly more likely to hear more from drivers than pedestrians. Yeah. Thank you.
Further questions? No, there are no more questions, Mary, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Right. That moves us now to Debbie and Stacey.
Leave.
Would you like to set up the table here? Councillor Skelp makes a good concierge.
Must be his training.
Oh.
Oh,
again.
Well, kia ora. I'm Debbie Dixon, Principal, Windsor North School, and I'd like to introduce Stacey Stenning, our Chairperson of the Windsor North School PTA. And we'd both like to thank you for providing this time for us to be able to speak to you this morning in regarding to the submission around the speed review around the Windsor community and in particular Windsor North School. We just provided a really summary overview sheet of the key messages that we wanted to advocate as part of the speed review. And one clear thing that has come really strongly with the consultation of our PTA and school community and the members of the Board of Trustees is that we strongly feel that there should be a 30k speed zone around the Windsor North School area. And this really is advocating the support of safe walking zones for not only our Windsor North School students, but our school has a sort of a conjunction where we see a number of James Hargis Junior High School students, senior high school students, St Teresa's, Southland Boys High School, all walking to and from school in those high peak traffic times. One of the things that we really were strong about with the 30k introduction of that speed limit was to stop driver confusion around the Windsor area. And particularly we noted that the suggestion was that all of Windsor Street was to be 30k's and some of the side streets with King Street, Burke Street, Catherine Street, and some of we're suggesting most of Chelmsford Street from number 30 to Wilton Street, which is across our school pathway, and then also into Layard Street off Queen's Drive up to Terrace Street, because again that's where a number of students, including our students, are walking. We also support this because there are a number of near misses every single day, even this morning, where our students, particularly crossing from over Windsor Street into the Chelmsford Street, where we have over 50 plus children walking every morning and after school with their families in pushchairs and bikes and scooters. And it is a really problematic area because it's a very wide street, Windsor Street. It has angled parking, so we've got cars backing out. We've got cycleways, so there's sort of like a 4-way lane traffic, and then you've got little 5-year-olds scooting across and just playing daredevil with the traffic, as well as intermingling with the boys high, girls high, and James Hargis bikes as well. So it's a real problem area. I think it's really difficult also for the cars because they can't see. There's some real blind spots with parking along the Windsor Street area. So that's one of our key things that we would just really like the council to go ahead with, that 30k's, but keep it 30k's all day, every day around that particular area. Do you have anything to add? Do you have anything to add?
I agree.
Yeah, so in that diagram we just sort of highlighted the orange, which was indicated in this review, but just put some suggestions particularly around that Layard Street, which we felt was missed with James Hargis Jr. And then that helps the traffic going into Windsor Street. They can just understand that that's all a 30k area with additional signage. We felt that from number 30, so we tested it with our cars a little bit, just what would it be like going from number 30 on Chelmsford Street along that 30k and up to Wilton. It was much more doable, and then onto Windsor it just all felt connective. When we came, and Stacey and myself met at the library with the team, and we also advocated some other areas that part of this review is, and we know and understand it's not to do with speed, but it does connect with speed, and particularly around safe walking, is that we have noted 3 really unsafe areas around our school, and that is Windsor Street with the angle parking and the wide streets with the birth of cycleways as well. We want to keep those cycleways, but we would actually like to see the angle parking go. We would also like the roundabout at Herbert Street. It isn't a very safe crossing area for the students and for elderly and for people, because it is the crossing that is there is very close.
I think we need to keep this down to, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we need to keep the speed.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but with what links with the speed at the moment with the Herbert Street roundabout is the anchoring of brakes every single day onto that crossing.
It has. It's been raised earlier this morning by a submitter
Right.
about people approaching roundabouts, so I think that could come up in discussions. Yep.
And just with the speed around that Wilton Chelmsford corner as well, because there is a number of cars that just zoom around there, so that's why we'd advocate for 30 k's as well.
Okay, look, we've got...
And that's our submission.
Yep, we've got time. We've got about 4 minutes for questions. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you,
Councillor Clark. Then.
Thank you, Mrs. Dixon, for the very succinct, and this has been very useful to highlight those speed areas that may well be changed. When there are school buses outside in Chelmsford Street, sometimes they are double parked or out from the little parking bay. Does that become a problem with cars going past at speeds greater than the 20 k permitted?
Absolutely. We even have after school care vans and things, and then it becomes quite congested with the parking and the speed.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Mr. Dixon.
Okay, just so I've got Councillor Clark, then Councillor Arnold.
And then me.
Yeah, thanks, team. Just your views on something you said. You suggested that the limit should be 30 k's per hour.
Yes.
Are you suggesting that that is all day and every day, or is it just in the start and finish times at the school? So that's one issue. And the other issue is, would it be your suggestion that it involves the weekends as well? And I'd just like to know what school activities that might impact on.
That's been the greatest debate about the timing of the speed in our consultation to date as a school community. And the board in the end just strongly believed that it just needed to be 30 k's every single day, because it again stops that confusion, and then it also trains the traffic that this is just always a 30 k area. The school is used as a community resource every single day after school as well, and the weekends. So again, to have that 30 k's Monday to Sunday just makes it easier to train the community that this is a 30 k zone.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. We have Councillor Arnold.
Just a couple of quick questions. The Angle Parks you refer to, they're actually, are they actual school car parks though?
No, they're community.
So they're just general people park there?
Yes.
And they must go to work or something, do they?
Yes.
Ah, gotcha, okay. And the other thing, have you noticed that in, I noticed you've carried on down Windsor Street, have you noticed that the traffic there goes slow anyway with the, because you've got those speed humps at every intersection, that are like a judder bar, I guess you'd call them. Have you noticed that?
Yeah,
is observed there anyway?
The traffic is going slow. Unfortunately, the speed humps are used as pedestrian crossings, and particularly for children, we've noticed that they just play chicken with them because they don't know if they are a crossing or are they a speed hump. So there's lots of confusion in the Windsor community around the speed is fine because it is slow, but it's actually where the crossing points are.
Crossing.
Mm.
Right, okay.
That becomes quite problematic.
Councillor Soper.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Debbie, just wanted to refer to your written submission. And I understand everything that I'm not going to ask anything about what you've said because I think it's very clear on your verbal one. But in your written submission, you've said in reference to reducing speeds on rural roads that no speed should be set at 100 kilometres an hour for most rural roads. Can you just expand on that, because it's a wee bit surprising in the light of the rest of
no,
your
I think I
submission.
must have ticked the wrong one. We did want to advocate the lower speeds, so
Right, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Scull.
Thanks, Debbie, for the presentation. I just wondered if you could help me and clarify for me, what would the positives be if we do nothing? Council,
what would the positives if we currently the status play?
would there be any?
I think that in the growing speeds that we're seeing, even in the small street that we have, I think we're at risk of having more injury and not near misses, actually accidents and deaths.
So in short, there would be no comment.
There's no positives, no.
Okay, thank you. We have come now to the 10-minute point, so thank you.
Thank you for
Debbie.
your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stacey. We have another Zoom submitter. We have Sharon Help, who might be the user.
Hello.
Hello, Sharon.
I'm just going to be quite. I've never done anything like this, so it's a bit nerve-wracking. I just first of all like to mention I just heard from the last councillor that one of the councillors that knows that he had said, I'm not sure which one, said will be changed. And I just sort of felt like it was a thing to say we're already made up in minds. And I kind of feel like that's not a good start.
No, we haven't had anyone on this council. I've been chairing the meeting say things will be changed. We've said things are noted. That means that things that people have said have been noted that are outside the speed review thing, but no one has crossed the line of stating anything yet. So
I'm sorry, well, that was the words I actually heard, so I wrote them down. So, but anyway, moving on. I have said no to most of it. I can't think of anything in my submission that I haven't. Why? I think the danger that I have with all of these decisions to try and lower everything is that where are you going to stop? If you, my understanding is that the school zones are already zoned to a 40 kilometre speed limit. I don't understand why it needs to go down to 30. It doesn't make any sense. You're only going to be bottlenecking places like James Hargest, Layard Street, and areas like that. And I think in the CBD, the same goes. You're just doing a bottleneck situation where you're slowing all the traffic and ability to be productive in the areas. I think there's better things that can be done. And I looked at the Makarewa, Morrisbush and Tisbury zones, wanting to drop that to 40 Ks. I think that from what I've known of those areas that I've passed through on countless times for jobs and things like that, that is not affected. I would say, but having said that, Tisbury, I think is a concern, and I would be more looking at putting in a roundabout at that area because you've got a lot of traffic that crosses over that area from the main highway piece, and I think that would be a better thing than trying to lower it to 40. What else have I said? Like if South, I live in South City, and to slow an area like that down to 40 Ks isn't going to improve any of the traffic situation you've got there now. It's going to be harder for people to get out of the New Wheel parking, which it already is. And it's not going, there's pedestrian crossings there that are utilised fine. It's not going to, it's just going to slow the traffic down in such a bad way that there's going to be more disruption. And I'm confused about the injuries and things like that from what has brought this about, and the fact that when I've looked at data for injuries and that sort of thing, I can't find anything that says how many pedestrians have been injured by these speed limits. I can find information on accidents in the CBD area and stuff, but it doesn't, there's no breakdown of whether it's been a person that's been hit. So I'm at a loss as to why this should be implemented at all. Apart from trying to follow the government directive, which I think putting things down to 80 k's in a 100k zone is just a backward idea.
Shona, can I just interrupt there? Look, council is required to conduct a speed review every so many years. It has to. So the fact that the government is doing its thing at the moment is helpful, but council is required, and when it does its speed review, this is the opportunity that we look at things, okay, and then we go out for consultation. So it happens every so many years.
Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry, I'm not aware of that. So anyway, like I say, I'm new to all of this sort of thing. So yeah. So anyway, I think that's all I can really sort of say to it, really.
Okay, we've got time for questions. Any questions? No, there are no questions, so thank you very much for your submission.
Okay, thank you.
Right, that goes now to Matthew Milner. I think he's in person.
Just a little ahead of time.
Do you want to start the PPP?
Wash your mouth out.
If you need to go, you need to go.
Yeah, and Hamilton did their thing. That's okay. How early are we? 10 minutes. I think the timing's good with the NZTA stuff.
Mr. Chair, might I just make a quick comment?
Yeah.
I just wonder, because of what the last submitter said at the start of her submission, whether it would be worthwhile for Council's communication team to perhaps write to her and explain that no pre-decisions are made before we have actually had the consideration. Perhaps she indicated that this was a totally new process to her. I just wonder whether it might be useful to communicate and just let her know the actual process of the submissions and the consideration after the hearings, etc. I just wouldn't like her to have the impression that there was any possible pre-decision.
Well, she's not the first person to mention it. There's a couple of people who, through their submissions, have said that they believe that council thinks it's a foregone conclusion. I think when we get to the point of deliberating in a couple of weeks, that's when we probably need to start that process off with being clear.
Mr. Chair, I would remind all members that submitters are communicated with as to the decision that is finally made, and perhaps the best way to do that, to treat all submitters who may have thought it but not said it, who may have said it, or for whom it may not have occurred to or might not be aware of the process. Perhaps we should take extra care this time to set out the process that council goes through and the reasons for that process.
That would be useful. It certainly has come through, and that submitter was the most obvious example of it, that perhaps there are a number of new submitters not aware of the process this time.
And my observation would be that live streaming in Zoom can be very helpful, but the potential to pick something up
Yes.
incorrectly
Yes.
and masks also make life difficult.
I thought what she said though was that she actually heard those words spoken and wrote them down. That's what I heard.
That is what she said, but she may have misheard.
I think it was the chair had acknowledged that there were some wider issues being thrown up and that that was noted. That's what I picked up.
We've got someone out ushering them up.
Liz is out. She might have heard something on the microphone because when you're actually on Zoom.
I think we'll just, do you want to, excuse me there, IT man? Do you want to just, Daniel, would you like to just cut streaming for a second? Thank you. I'd like to reconvene the meeting. Is it Mr. Ackroyd?
Milner.
Milner.
No, Ackroyd.
Ackroyd. Mr. Ackroyd. And Mr. Ackroyd. No. You sit down. Okay, Brendan.
Might want to stand up.
Yeah.
You have that choice. We may not hear you though.
It's good to know.
Okay.
Are we straight into it, are we?
We are straight into it.
Good as gold.
Yeah, we had a cancellation from the submitter before you, so.
All right.
That's why we're a fraction early.
No problem. Have you got my submission in front of you there?
Yes.
Yes. Well, has anybody got any questions for me to start with? Has
No-
it been read?
Normally, if you do want to say something, normal process is you can speak, summarise it, and then we ask some questions.
Good as gold. Okay, then. So I live in the Invercargill subdivision, and I just saw this as a good opportunity to come and talk to you all and sort of express our opinions as such, because I know this is the correct process for doing things. So obviously we're talking about the speed limits, and so yeah, like I say, I saw this as a great opportunity. So I just want to start with the speed limit on Retreat Road, which is the main access into Invercargill at the moment. And of course, you know, Retreat Road doubles as the main access for a lot of people that live in McIver Road, you know, right through to the outskirts of Morris Bush. So it is quite a busy wee street. So basically everybody that's heading home along Queen's Drive out to Morris Bush, they all shoot through Retreat Road, which is quite a you know, it's a good wee shortcut, and it's obviously the main way to go. Everyone in this room has potentially used Retreat Road, so they know what I'm talking about. And it does get quite busy. So as a residents, we just find that 80k along Retreat Road is most certainly too quick. We need to bear in mind the amount of new houses that are being built in that area now, and that have been built there, you know, in the past 10 years. It has slowly, steadily been increasing. You know, Retreat Road was initially designed as a farm access road, I guess, back in the 50s and 60s, when there were predominantly farms in that part of town. And I've had, you know, dealings with Retreat Road, you know, since the 80s. We had friends that lived on Retreat Road in the 80s, and it was the same then as what it is now. But I would say with, you know, potentially 10 times the amount of people living out in that area. So we do feel Retreat Road needs to be upgraded and be widened. So the other thing I want to mention with Retreat Road is, like, I think it could also have a footpath. You know, we've obviously got Donovan Park right beside it. So we've got a footpath from the south entrance of Donovan Park, but there's no way of accessing the north side of Donovan Park from Retreat Road. And like I say, with the amount of houses being built in that part of town now, it would be a great wee feature for Invercargill and all the residents in that area to be able to walk from the south side of Donovan Park along Retreat Road and along McIver Road, and then back into the north side of Donovan Park. It's just, it's a footpath, and as we know, in communities with families, people walking, exercising, it's just the logical next step. That there is a footpath there at the moment. I believe the developer of Invercargill was made to put that footpath in as part of his development, but it really is quite substandard. It's untidy. It's always covered with gravel and weeds, and it really isn't quite fit for purpose. It would just be nice to see council add to that and add to the infrastructure in the area for the residents. And it's not only people walking, it's people biking as well.
Okay, so just to get back onto speed, your key thing is the speed reduction on
so
McIver Road.
Yeah, I would like to see I would
Oh,
like
sorry,
to
on
see Retreat Road
Retreat Road.
at 50 k an hour.
Retreat Road, 50k an hour.
Yeah, because it's not a rural road anymore. It's an Invercargill street.
Yeah.
So that's my wee rant on Retreat Road.
Okay, I can now. Oh, do you want to? Yeah, no.
Yeah, and now I'd just like to get on to the Invercargill subdivision.
Okay, yeah.
So obviously Invercargill is growing all the time. There'd be a dozen new houses being built out there at the moment, and there's families popping up out there left, right and centre. The current speed limit in Invercargill at the moment is 80k an hour, which is, yeah, you walk along Retreat Road, you know, I went for a walk last night when I got home from work at 5:30 with the dogs, and someone come in there doing 80k an hour. It's just like, it's like a bullet going past you. You know, there's no road markings on the road. There's a footpath on one side, and there's kids on bikes, and the speed limit is 80 kilometres an hour.
And this is Invercargill you're talking about?
Yes.
In the estate?
Yes. Yeah, it's currently 80 kilometres an hour because it's 80 kilometres an hour on Retreat Road. And as you turn off Retreat Road onto Invercargill, there is no sign to reduce the speed. So legally it is 80.
Right. So there is no, right.
So I obviously that's going to change, but as what we need to bear in mind is Retreat Road, Invercargill subdivision is going to be linked through to Bainfield Road in the very near future, and it will therefore become a loop between the two roads. It's simply going to create a racing track because it's nice smooth seal. It's got a couple of nice corners that we all enjoy going around corners a wee bit quicker if we're on motorbikes or in cars or whatever, and it's simply a bit dangerous. So I feel in the future the Invercargill subdivision should be 40 kilometres an hour, and that's based on my dealings with new homes that are being built in the Central Otago, new subdivisions all around Arrowtown, Wanaka, Queenstown, all those new subdivisions. When you turn off the main road, they're obviously designed for residents only, and it's 40 kilometres an hour when you drive into those areas, and I truly think that Invercargill should be 40 kilometres an hour.
Just as a comment, Chair, having sat on the consenting panel for that, it might pay for someone to revisit the terms of the consent, because that may have been a part of it that just hasn't been enacted.
It's the second one today, so that's noted. That is noted. So are you ready for questions now, or still more submission?
Yeah, no, I'm certainly ready for questions, but I've just got one other thing that I'd like to offer as a solution. Because I'm not all about problems, I will offer solutions. So we have Nees Road, which is the next road over from Retreat Road, and it actually, Nees Road does exactly the same thing as Retreat Road. So it links Bainfield Road to McIver Road. Now bearing in mind, Retreat Road is so busy because everybody that lives in Morrisbush comes along Queen's Drive and heads home through Retreat Road. If Nees Road was sealed, that would also provide an important link to all those people that live out near Morrisbush, and they would then have the option of not only going down Retreat Road, they could also go down Nees Road, which as Invercargill grows, things are growing in that area. I just see Nees Road as being the logical next step to seal and become better access for all the new houses that are being built in that part of town. So that's just a wee solution that I'd like to offer.
Okay. Questions, Councillor? Ms. Cook?
Kira, I notice in your submission that you've talked about reductions positively right through, basically. Is it your view that it's a safety issue, or is it a quality of life issue, or is it both of those things, or because you've commented positively to all of those things?
Yeah, I think it's both. It's definitely a safety issue and it's a quality of life issue, and I think the direction we're all heading is we need to offer, as a city, we need to offer alternative modes of transport. So we've got to be looking positively at walking, we've got to be looking positively at biking, we've got to be looking positively at public transport. So, having cars roaring up and down the road is almost, it's not the way forward, is it? We need to be offering other modes of transport and I guess the two main modes of transport that are most common in Invercargill are walking and biking. So, if we reduce the speed, widen the roads, offer better footpaths, have cycle lanes, which we've by the way made a great job of so far, but there are a few of these other areas that have grown a lot in the last couple of years that we could look at cycle lanes and better footpaths and slightly wider roads so a family can walk down there without being hit by a truck. So no, I think a wee bit of both.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions? Thank you very much, Brendan.
Thank you.
I'm still blown away by that Invercargill. No speed sign.
Yeah. 80k is.
Yeah, no, I assume. Yeah, that's right. There's no sign.
Yeah. Even on Retreat Road, when you see a car going 80k an hour down there, you look at it and you almost, your immediate thinking is that car's speeding. Because the road.
100k's when I lived there, and it was no wider.
Yeah.
Right.
There was another car coming.
Yeah. Okay. So no, we can't discuss this further. But no, it's very interesting points you've raised.
Okay. Thanks very much for the opportunity.
Excellent.
We did so many things. Yeah. It's not us. Ridiculously high. So that's just because that's the speed limit on the street road. So there's no reduction of signal. It should be 40 used to make. I mean, you can still, you can give us a sustained loss approach and you can use a traffic circuit if you want. They're not actually going there, which is that's the
Height. Here, yeah, subtle. Because I have phone. It's just the youth council.
No. Oh, it is.
Yeah,
It is.
youth council.
It is. And we're going to give them. We've asked for extended time.
But half of them do. Get into cars.
If they arrive early, they can have.
No, they get 11 minutes.
They've got what, 11 minutes? Yeah.
They're zooming in too.
Are they zooming?
When the schools starting and finishing, I go to
They're very similar to almost the same organisation.
She's still at one.
The real car culture, and they would be happy
And then council at 3. There's nothing on council.
And neither of them have PAs.
You got any trips planned?
We might go in the bus.
There is a later, a major later.
We might go to Aoraki.
Or
No, for PPP.
It's good how the majority of people, I'd say, how that
just some alter arrangements.
our
We had a placeholder for stormwater bylaw hearings on Wednesday.
It's been cancelled. So the thing we've got on Wednesday is the 2 PM panel meeting.
Yes, which, yes, yeah.
Absolutely.
Just have to have to get some rain.
Yeah.
Came through
the other way.
We don't want it all in one day, like.
There'll be
Sounds like they had some problems yesterday.
Well, we were meant to get it down here, so gale force winds and freezing south of Park. Here we go again. But no.
Who decides that? We do. How do we do that through the process?
Get a good column in the paper on Saturday.
So I use that word a lot.
Yeah, well,
No, this one's way down.
Oh, really? Who doesn't see it that way?
Specifically would not look
Or Sunday?
Long way from that one pedestrian crossing right down. There's a lot of elderly people. A lot of elderly.
Luckily, I don't read online.
And I've never actually heard of crossing that. So, you know, there should be one thing.
Well, that's when you said that, it was the first thought that that's all sorts of river marshes down there.
What are we waiting for?
Waiting for the youth council to
Erin, I might swap with you if I may, and I'll just go and sort out about something related to the letters and panels. Thank you.
Youth council on Zoom. No, they come. No, they're Zoom.
Yeah, I hadn't seen you written a column. We've happened times for a long time.
Yeah, Invercargill. Can't spell it.
There's no map. What's sort of
You still write your own column?
Well,
No, I'll go.
Scottish.
I'll go and get a new one. I've got a lot. And I'll get a longer one. Because this is not working.
Right.
There might be a bit too much text on it, actually.
So is that what you did this time?
this round council members?
I still can't get out of that guy this morning. I'm not a sheltered little flower, but it was a bit.
So I think it's vitriol.
It's a bit unusual. It's normal to have this many withdrawals from Melissa or Penny about it.
The normal to have which?
This many withdrawals.
Yeah, sometimes we have more.
Oh, really?
We had more stuff, so we had to have half the morning waiting for the next. It's so frustrating when that happens.
Quite frustrating. Must be terrible for the Zoomers.
We're just passengers. We're not watching.
I figured you did.
Museum.
You put them in the column.
Well, we'll be by then.
Did they know they were going to feature in your column?
Well, LGBTQ.
No.
Saying that, most other things.
Well, it's youth council, isn't it?
I thought that maybe Penny probably wouldn't want to quit.
Go away.
National Politics this year,
We're full.
because she's only
If
just
the youth
started.
council are here, bring them in.
Really, seriously, there's not.
And it'll be like that for 10 years.
Some lady gave me the thumbs up.
Good one?
Oh, they're here in person.
You had no idea either. Sugar.
This is Zoom reality.
Really?
For once, I don't have anything with them.
I thought you might have talked to them about it already.
You can demask.
But these councils here.
Right, welcome to the Youth Council. First, can I get to introduce yourself, and then I'll get you to start.
Right, no worries.
Yeah, and you may take your mask off if you, only if you want to. Yeah.
Good afternoon, councillors, Your Worship, and mana whenua. My name is Ryan Frost, and I will be speaking to you on behalf of the Invercargill City Youth Council with Kariana Simpson and John T. Robertson. Do we have this slideshow presentation? Okay, very good. Right, so just as that comes up. Just for your information, the issues and points on this presentation are in reference to the speed review consultation document and its questions. Much of the rationale behind our stance for each issue is similar, so we may outline some of the particular reasoning for each issue, but just know that these reasons do apply for most of the points in our presentation. Number one, issue 1.3. Youth Council does not support the proposed principle of reducing speeds on urban roads over time to 40 kilometres. One of the first reasons for our rationale for this is the negative influences this would have on the cost of living. As you may know, effectively everything in this country gets trucked around on our roads. This includes food and fuel, and many other important consumer goods. By decreasing the speeds that vehicles can travel at, you increase the travel time, which also has impacts on the wage cost for transport companies. As well as decreasing the speed limit from 50 kilometres to 40 kilometres in town also has a negative impact on the fuel consumption of vehicles over that journey. And I will touch more on this on a graph in the next slide. And an increase in fuel consumption is also an added cost for transport companies and everyone driving in town, but it also has detrimental effects to the environment. Another reason for this is the negative impacts this has on emergency service response time. John T will cover this more later. Now, for the increase in carbon emissions that is caused by an increase in the fuel consumption, as you can possibly see on the slideshow on this graph here, that fuel consumption varies with the average speed of a journey, and typically the optimal range for a car's journey is between 60 kilometres and 80 kilometres. So that's the optimal range for a vehicle to travel at. While there is a decrease in fuel consumption from 100 kilometres to 80 kilometres, there is in fact an increase in fuel consumption when you reduce the average speed from 50 kilometres down to 40 kilometres. So therefore it is less efficient, more fuel is consumed, which costs more, and more carbon emissions are output by a vehicle. Issue 1.4. Youth Council does not support the supposed principle to reduce speeds on many rural roads over time to 60 kilometres. The rationale behind this is similar to the emergency response time, which John T will cover, but we also don't believe it is necessary and will aid in achieving its desired outcomes of significantly reducing the road toll compared to other methods, for example, driver education, which we believe is something that should take more of a central role in attempting to reduce the road toll. Really, for a lot of these proposals of reducing the speed limit, we feel that the costs outweigh any possible benefits that will be gained by reducing the speed limit. The road toll was 62% less than its all-time peak in 1972, and there are significantly more cars on the road today than what there were in 1972. While Youth Council does oppose most of the proposed changes in the speed review, we are strongly in support of changes to the implementation of variable speed limits around school zones, and we believe that these changes should be introduced as quick as possible, so positive benefits of changes to variable speed limits around schools will be seen quicker, and Katiana will now speak more on this.
Can you grab the microphone?
Yeah. The Youth Council does support
the proposal to reduce speeds outside school zones, though we believe that the variable speed limits should be introduced at 20 kilometres on rural and urban schools. There are buses in and around schools anyway, meaning that 20 kilometres is less confusing and more consistent when driving around a school and school children. Also, a 20 kilometre speed limit will reduce danger to young students who are not as mature and are a lot more vulnerable around roads. And we see this when a school bus is 20 kilometres, therefore that is what has been produced as the appropriate speed limit to travel around school children. Therefore, it should be introduced in around school zones as well. And now, issue 3.8, Youth Council does not support Council's proposal to reduce speed limits to 30 kilometres an hour in suburban shopping streets, Windsor and South City as examples. This is because, again, it has the negative effect on emergency services response times, with which Jonty will expand on soon. It also, we reject the idea that reducing speed limits in the CBD and shopping centres will make shopping more attractive, as suggested in the consultation document. People walk along the footpath, not the road, and should cross at lights or pedestrian crossings. And we reject the idea that this will create more foot traffic and higher density of people in the shopping areas. We would also like to propose that the section of Esk Street in question be turned into a pedestrian zone instead of reducing the speed to 10 kilometres. We think that this would be a more appropriate option and would have and create a very good environment for that section of the city, especially with the new mall coming in. Yeah. Now I'd like to introduce Jonty to expand on the emergency services.
So decreasing the speed will directly affect the response time of emergency service. And it is a well-known fact that a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes even, will have an impact on the result of a life in an emergency, whether that be a fire or an ambulance or anything like that. The fire service have a legal defence of 25 kilometres per hour over the speed limit, which means if we reduce the speeds to 40, they will be able to go 65 over the speed limit, 65 kilometers per hour, and 30 means 55. This will result in more congestion, especially around the Owls Road roundabout. This will prove to increase the emergency service response time, as they will have a harder time getting around traffic, and thus have an impact on the result of a life. Now over to Ryan.
Issue 4.9, Unsealed in Rural Roads. Youth Council does not support the proposal to make changes to the speed limits for the listed narrow and gravel roads on the consultation document. The reasons for this is that Youth Council fundamentally believes that drivers should drive to the conditions. With rural and many gravel roads, the optimal and the appropriate speed to travel greatly varies compared to the likes of a sealed road, simply because the factors of the vehicle you're driving is a lot more important, as well as the weather and this current state of a gravel road. While it's probably not appropriate to drive down 100 kilometres down a gravel road, depending on the vehicle you're driving. If you're driving, if it's a good day and you're driving a truck, you're reasonably going to be able to drive significantly faster than 60 kilometres. However, if you were driving quite a car that was quite low to the ground, then the driver would probably, then it would be only appropriate to drive at, say, 60 kilometres. But if you're driving a vehicle that's suited to the roads, and the weather is fine and the road is in reasonable condition, there is no reason why you shouldn't be able to drive faster than 60 kilometres. Now onto the roading and traffic bylaw. For point 1 of the question, removing the one-way section of Don Street to be a two-way street once upgrades have been completed. Youth Council's response to this question is that we believe keeping Don Street one-way would be the best option rather than just having two rather narrow lanes. For question number 2, regarding the amendment to the rural vehicles crossing amendment, Youth Council does not have an opinion on this issue. And for question number 3, around the amendment to access to the Ariti beach for vehicles, Youth Council welcomes clear information on the circumstances when Council may close Ariti Beach. However, Youth Council believes that the beach should be keeping the beach open to the public should be a priority. Ultimately, we believe the public should be responsible for ensuring the vehicle does not get stuck in the entranceway, and if it does, they should be responsible for freeing it. To summarise, Youth Council fundamentally believes that drivers should drive to the conditions. When conditions on roads warrant drivers to drive at slower speeds, most drivers will. In the cases where drivers don't, it can be put down to poor driver education or basic belligerence on the driver's behalf. Driver education is something that Youth Council believes should be improved and should take a central part in making our roads safer. We recognise that this is primarily a role for the central government to do. However, Council could also attempt to do something if it felt as though it was in its power. In the case of drivers' belligerence, these drivers would be unlikely to follow the new speed limits anyway, so therefore the proposed changes would not solve the issue. Youth Council believes that the prosecution of drivers for reckless or dangerous driving should be more commonplace, and achieving convictions for reckless driving or dangerous driving should be easier. However, this is, of course, more so a role for central government. Thank you for hearing our submissions. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you. Just one question around the speed zones around the schools. I think you said that you thought it should be 20 k's an hour. And so what I want to know is that something you have on all day, every day, including weekends? Or
no, it would be a variable speed limit introduced only during pick-up and drop-off times. So most likely for most schools that would be within the hours of 7:30 to possibly 8:30. It depends on the school, but no, the speed limit would only be in place during the time that children are entering school and exiting school. During most of the school's operating hours, it also would not be in place, as school students are not meant to leave school property to begin with.
Yep. Thank you for that.
Good. Any other questions?
Councillor Scott.
Thank you for your chair. Just in coming to your conclusions, are you aware of the number of road fatalities there are due to excessive speed? Did you consider that?
Yes, we have, but we believe that as long as people drive on the roads, there is always going to be road fatalities due to someone not driving the appropriate speed at the appropriate time. We think it would be more effective if drivers knew how to drive at an appropriate speed where it's most important. For example, the city centres, we mentioned that we don't believe that they should, the speed limit should be reduced to 50, down to 30 kilometres, because during certain time, the speed limit is the maximum speed you should be able to drive in optimal conditions, which is reasonable. But if the city centre is very busy, you're not going to be able to go down there at 50 kilometres. Drivers will have to slow down, and if a driver weren't to slow down and was to end up killing someone because they were not driving responsibly, well, that would be reckless driving, a prosecutable offence.
Sorry, I just needed to clarify that I was more concerned around the rural roads in particular.
Rural roads.
Because that's the stats. But just further to that, did you have any correspondence or discussion with the emergency service about how they interact and react?
No, we have not.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cricket.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, I'd like to commend you for your fantastic submission. Thank you very much for coming along and the PowerPoint and everything. So I think I'm picking up from what you're saying there, Ryan, that you would sooner see, rather than a reduction in speed limit, significantly heavier enforcement.
As well as driver education, yes. I think there are better ways to improve or to decrease the road toll and safety outcomes on a road than reducing the speed limit. When reducing the speed limit has many trade-offs, well, I guess it is true that the number of deaths on the roads would be possibly less. We don't think that these would outweigh the significant disadvantages of decreasing the speed limits.
Thank you.
Ms. Scott.
Firstly, thank you for your submission and for it being so well articulated. I'm a little bit interested in the contradiction between your willingness to have a 20km/h speed zone around a school, or schools in general, but not in similarly busy areas like shopping centres, given that one of the shopping centres concerned is within a school zone and has significant issues with speed. Had you considered that when you were considering the school, you know, around schools is fine, around shopping centres isn't, but shopping centres and schools and sometimes sit side by side?
Yes. Well, in the event that a shopping centre and a school sits side by side, I imagine that that shopping centre would be included in the variable speed limit strip for schools, but specifically the reason why we think that variable speed limits should be introduced around schools is that school children and young children, they don't know how to be responsible around the roads as much as what an adult in a shopping centre would, and most young children you know, in town and in shopping centres, say on the weekends, would be with parents, and then parents who are more aware of how to responsibly act around the road would look after the children. Yeah, so around schools, it's specifically centred around the idea that school children are not as capable of ensuring their safety around the road. Is that
No, thank you for your thoughts.
Okay, thank you for that. That was a very good science-based, evidence-based submission. That was very good. And when you talked about driver education, I saw no better example than yesterday morning driving to work in that misty fog, very poor visibility, and the amount of cars that had no lights on. And it just, you wonder what goes through their mind when they jump in their car and they can't see other cars. What are they thinking, you know? So yeah, no, it was a very good submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Well done.
I guess that's us now for a while, is it?
Okay, there is nothing further on this agenda, so I now declare the
Sorry,
meeting.
there's a series of recommendations.
Oh, recommendations
page
we
10,
have too. Thank you.
which I'm happy to move.
I'll just go to that. Thank you
I'll
for that.
second those.
So there's receiving the report, receiving the submissions, the late submissions,
There we
hearing
go.
from the submitters.
Here we go. The recommendations 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. So do you want to move those as a group?
Yes.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Seconded.
Councillor Soper. I'll put that motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? That is carried. Thank you. Meeting is now closed.